Previously, on Lords of Aion, the long-awaited duel between Robert Burchill and Randall Anslin had finally arrived. And, well, no need to mince words here, Burchill. You kicked his fucking ass in front of a crowd full of nobles and the king of Syria. But not only that, but Lita made it rain men. Don't act like that wasn't what that was. But yes, after that, celebrations were had. Burchill had a loving reunion with his wife, who has since returned to him with gifts. But all is not well in Sanctuary. For just after you all got home, around I'd say 11:30, 11:45ish, Lita and Enzo suddenly got a call from the Inquisitor, requesting that they meet in the hotel where he shot Gid in the head. They did, and the Inquisitor, in lieu of revealing any new information, decided to perform a test on Lita Ford to see if she really was what she claimed to be. She passed that test, and the session ended with Inquisitor Udo Kier leaving the hotel room and telling Lita and Enzo to gather those whom they trust. For at dawn, they plan how to arrest, finally, Dominic Maxwell of the Church of Eternal Fire. We begin immediately where we left off.
And then you've got Batman and Spider-Girl having heard the conversation outside the window. We're like, all right, finally.
But actually, yes, we begin immediately where we left off in that room. Lita, you were still in the same hotel room where Gid got shot with Enzo, and Nox and Anaris, you're still leaning on the wall outside next to the window. Nox, you heard everything that happened inside because of your bat-like hearing. Anaris, you only heard what Nox decided to share with you.
I shared all the good important parts.
I realized I had both hands on the wall. A little large.
All right. So, since Temme is not immediately sitting here at the moment, Lita, what?
Temme's here. He's just in the background.
All right. But yes, we begin immediately where we left off. So I was going to say the two of you, but really the four of you. How did the four of you want to go about this?
I roll for initiative.
Or what?
To fight the wall.
This wall's had a good too long.
Okay. Unfortunately, you can't break down the wall because you can only do non-lethal damage.
Give me a sec. I'm going to start a musical number right here. We'll take down this wall one way or another.
And, well, if you call Chris Jericho, he might be able to break the wall down for you. But yes, inside the hotel room, Lita and Enzo, I should also point out to the two of you, you guys know where Nox and Anaris are. I mean, not exactly, but you know they're hanging out outside on the wall. So yeah. How do the four of you want to handle this? Burchill, the reason you are not involved is because you are enjoying a lovely reunion with your wife. Let's just call it a reunion, shall we?
God, they've been at it for 10 hours.
And let's face it, Burchill's probably the last person that you want to say, hey, we're teaming up with the Inquisitor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll kill him after the war.
Reunion, spelt fuckathon.
But anyway, so we're just out. The guy's gone, right? We're just outside the window.
Yeah. He just left the hotel room. So yeah.
I turn to Lita. Well, this is a nifty toy. I'd say we reconvene tomorrow morning and discuss with everybody present.
Agreed.
I go over to the window, open it up, go home, close the window.
I open it back up again. Lita, I need $50,000.
You actually can't do that because the window doesn't open from the outside.
Yeah, but my voice still carries through the message. But I'm gonna need 50,000 gold if we're prepping for this.
Break the window.
Lita, do you have 50,000 gold with which you can lend Nox?
Let me check my personal expense sheet.
Because what I need to make tonight is going to be expensive.
On professional.
Let me check, because my personal funds, if I remember correctly, are like 167K, so I got 50.
Okay, because, yeah, if I need 50K in order to make 20 of these bombs, of these special bombs.
Oh, you want to make the white phosphorus bombs?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay.
So, what I missed?
I got that, 10 sessions ago.
Yeah. Each of you now at this point now wields a legendary weapon. Grant's legendary weapon is the alchemical formula to white phosphorus.
But it costs some moolah.
Mm-hmm. That's the only downside to Grant's legendary weapon. It is really fucking good, but it costs some moolah to make.
Unethical.
Well, it's not like we have, two
Money.
players who could count as the money.
I mean, that's why it's so expensive, because you guys can afford it. So, is that the plan? Are we going to reconvene tomorrow morning?
Yes.
So with
Good
white
session, guys.
phosphorus, yes, use the Burchill Foundation to fund a war crime.
Yeah.
Hey, there's no Geneva suggestions yet. We're going to invent that later.
Who knew?
That comes later.
Who would have guessed that underneath all of the bird masks and everything, this was actually Grant the whole time?
So I'm a figment of one of your guys' imagination.
Maybe you're a figment of all of their imaginations, Grant.
Actually, if the game's to go by, we're figments of your imagination.
So wait, Nox this whole time has built this elaborate ruse and become a noble, and he's just had all these people giving him money. Wait a minute, have I just been in a basement and people have been giving me money? Why?
The self-hatred.
What have I been killing?
So, following that, Lita, as you walk back to your home and going your separate ways with Enzo, as he walks to the right to head back to Temple Isle, you head on straight towards your home, and I'd say at this point it's now 12:30 a.m. So, but yeah, after the brisk walk back to your home, you open the door to see the lights are still on, and Hattori is there waiting for you. And seeing you come to the door, he stands up and approaches and immediately asks, "What happened? Is everything okay?"
Everything's fine.
Is everything really fine?
We're taking care of the last problem.
Very well. In that case, Lita, there's something you should see. In retrospect, I should have probably shown you this morning, but to be completely honest, with all the shit going on with Burchill, I didn't want you or anyone else to worry needlessly. Come with me. Do you follow him?
Look, unless it's absolutely dire, I'd like to get to bed.
It is actually.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
So, do you follow him?
Yeah.
So, you follow Hattori down to the basement, where it's very dark in the basement, but upon it being flooded with candlelight from the candle that Hattori is taking with him, you see a figure in the basement, shrouded within this very large, very thick, like ash-colored cowl that covers almost their entire body. As you get closer, however, you see bits of full plate armor underneath, and as the face turns to look at you, you start to recognize hints at the armor, and then you see the face. Rowan, what do you do?
Hey, boss.
Lita just stands there.
Mm-hmm.
Looks at Rowan, looks at Hattori, looks at Rowan, looks at Hattori.
Hattori at this point says, before you ask, he's only been here for a few hours.
That's what you think.
And Lita goes,
You know how expensive rent is in Sanctuary?
yeah. But she looks at you, looks at Rowan.
Mm-hmm.
Ordinarily, I'd be more than overjoyed that you're here. However, it has been an incredibly long day of watching Robert hand a dude his ass on a silver platter.
Oh, good to hear.
I accidentally let his brother-in-law fall to his death.
Oh.
Well, she puts up her hand. Accidentally.
He's the one who
Yes.
grappled you, right? Yeah.
Yes, he
Everyone's
is.
like, oh no.
Anyway.
Not the dickhead. What do you want me to say?
Oh,
do you want?
you might be retroactively happy to know that he's the one who led to me getting framed and getting kidnapped and this whole other thing we'll talk about later.
She looks at you and just kind of goes. She looks at you and just kind of goes. Yeah, what was left? Remember, if I understand correctly, they had to pry him out of the ground.
No, they had to scoop him up with a spoon. A very large spoon.
Well, yeah.
I'm just sorry I didn't get a shot at him before that happened.
That's fine. He's probably in hell anyway. If there's anything to, if his father's anything to go by, he's probably currently being sodomized with a pineapple. But Lita just looks at Rowan, and then, without saying another word, just kind of wraps her arms around him and just hugs him.
Mm-hmm.
Just so you're aware, I was minding my own business.
You've probably been through a lot.
Been through all levels of a lot, but
Well, probably best for both of us to get some shut-eye so you can debrief us in the morning.
sounds good.
All right. So.
No question,
said.
John.
Yeah. Yes.
Where's what's her name? The druid lady.
Ermine?
Yeah, I need to let her know real quick. I'll send a message that make sure she's got her go directly to hell. Do not collect $200 juice ready for clerics in the morning.
You do not know where she is, but
I'm gonna send her a message.
Yeah, you can do that. So tell me specifically what message you sent to her.
Well, yeah, she's gonna want to be involved in this probably, so I'll let her know. Things are going down in the morning, maybe with Mosby and Roth. Have your anti-god juice ready.
It's at the only response you get. So it sounds very similar to an excited growl that would be threatening to most, but not to you because of the company you kept in your younger days, and all it says is about fucking time.
Alright, now if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna spend a few hours making God cry in the basement.
Alright, so if you're going to do this, I need you to roll a crafting check for me, and I need to warn you, the DC for crafting this is higher than it normally would be for any of your other bombs, and there will be consequences for a natural 1.
So can I only make one at a time, or how many can I make?
You can make as many as you need to. As long as you got the funds for it. But just like I said, the DC for crafting them is higher than normal bombs, and there are consequences for rolling a natural 1.
Is the amount also lower the DC? Maybe if I only make 5.
No, it's not about the amount. It's about the difficulty of making this specific thing. You're making white phosphorus, Grant.
Yeah.
This is not easy.
I'll only make 5 then, because I'll make 6, because that's how many I can throw in a time.
Okay.
Alrighty, which die do I want to use? I'll use the clear die for white phosphorus.
Okay.
Alrighty, crafting. Okay, so... 37.
Oh yeah. Like for an experienced alchemist such as yourself, easy. Like you even got to admit, like just looking at this, it is a very complicated recipe, and since having read it and having actually made it yourself now, you actually know that the dire consequences for rolling a natural 1 would it for it to have just exploded in your face.
Oh.
In an enclosed, unventilated basement.
Who says it's unventilated?
You would have died.
Yeah, so yes, like that would have been really bad if you had rolled a natural 1.
Knox thinks to himself he has to set up a lab somewhere on the ocean. Or in an RV somewhere.
Jesse, we need
All
to
right.
go.
So, with all that out of the way, the sun goes about its merry way around the world, and the morning comes with the crow of the rooster, and with that, it is now morning. How do you guys want to handle this? The Inquisitor did not give you a designated time or a place to meet him, just that he wants to meet at some point today. And Enzo, you have the sending spell, right?
Yeah.
Then you have a way to contact him. So how do you guys want to go about this?
Denny.
Basically what I'm trying to say is, as long as at some point today you make your plan with the Inquisitor, then everything's all right with him.
Keep in mind, I can't walk freely anymore.
You kind of can, just as long as you keep your identity hidden.
That's the thing. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, all the guys looking for you are leaderless now, so...
Yeah.
I got something to prove.
So yeah, how do you want to handle this?
That's not Rowan. That's not war.
I don't know. Are we all meeting up? Are we all still separate?
Let's meet up at the Denny's. Just like Burchill and I did for a month. We'll meet up at the Denny's and discuss plans against the state.
There's no Denny's in Sanctuary.
No, we're planning a minor political coup. We don't go to Denny's. We go to the Waffle House.
There's no Waffle House in Sanctuary either. Waffles haven't
Then what the hell are you fighting for?
Nothing. That's what.
In the last 5 years.
You go to hire a hitman at the Denny's. You go to plot a political coup at the Waffle House, and you go to Village Inn to mourn Grandma.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Okay.
What do you do at Cracker Barrel? You actually get breakfast. Oh.
Mm-hmm. Also, Ken, minor bonus for you for doing so well with the duel and getting your wife back. All of your ability, your skill checks outside of combat for this session, add a +2 to them.
Nice.
Outside of combat. In combat, that's a different story.
That's pretty good.
Burchill goes to the meeting. He's all happy. He's like just whistling a happy tune.
He kicked his father-in-law's ass and got his wife back. Burchill is a happy camper.
Whistling down the street while loading his new revolving crossbow. I mean, it's 50 shots, so it's going to take a while.
30, actually. That was a typo on my part. But yeah, where are you guys meeting?
Who's got a big enough table for D&D?
Sariel does. There's one in the basement of the Red Velvet Room.
I mean, like, anywhere we normally conduct business?
Yeah.
So, I should say for you, Lita, the guild hall is much closer to Lita's house. So if you want to sneak Rowan around, it'd be much easier for you to get to the guild hall than anywhere else.
Yeah, probably be a good idea to go to the guild hall.
All right.
Also, when you mentioned this with Burchill, this is what came to mind immediately.
Mm-hmm. I actually really like this one.
I think I was fun. I think it was just too long.
Yeah.
But the oh yeah, my favorite part of the whole thing.
No!
Yes.
And Spoony.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, we go to the guild hall. Hey, Sariel, it's time to do your favorite thing.
All right. In fact,
That's here.
now, do you guys want this to be early in the morning, while you have the rest of the day? And by that I mean, do you want to be served breakfast while you're having this meeting?
No, we're all meeting together at midnight. Crack of,
Afterwards.
the stroke of midnight. Give me a
Okay.
sec. I got to feed my Jaguar.
That sounds good.
Alright, so you guys all meet in the guild hall. What's his name?
Boris.
Sergey, yeah. Sergey, Boris's friend, who is the bartender in the. Actually, no, Boris does it. Boris does it for you because
he's the cook.
Yeah, he's the cook, and he's your guys' friend. Boris cooks you all a very hearty meeting breakfast. You all convene in the meeting room of Suriel's guild hall, and upon entering it, she casts the silent spell as she is wont to do. And for the rest of you, walking into the meeting, you all see a bunch of familiar faces. Ermine is there too. However, you also see Rowan wearing this. Rowan, are you still wearing the cloak? You don't have to at this point.
I'm getting a little more comfortable.
Okay. I mean, at this point, he now looks a bit more literally like Guts, cloak and all.
Oh, thank the Booble, you're alive.
Yeah, Nox looks happy too, but why weren't you answering your calls?
Oh, well, my kidnappers just snatched it and broke it.
I
Didn't
can
get a
send
chance
those
to
to
roll
you
or
even.
anything.
I can send that to you even without that thing. What happened?
I didn't hear a single thing.
You did not, Rowan. You did not get any messages from Nox.
Is there like something about his cloak or something?
You can roll to examine the cloak if you wish.
What do these insurgents have some sort of, I don't know, anti-magic field generator?
I don't know, but one of them can teleport like this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to see Rowan's face about the kid. He still doesn't know.
Sorry about missing your duel.
Oh, you didn't miss much. He only hit me twice.
Oh.
I expected more out of that duel, and I still was disappointed. That was a start.
I enjoyed it.
35.
It is just a cloak. There's nothing special about it.
Well, who the hell was blocking my calls from reaching him?
Yeah, but yeah, Nox, just knowing how your devices work, something or someone clearly was blocking your calls.
I'm gonna try messaging him right now then. Can you hear that? Can you hear me now?
Now, Rowan, you can hear him.
Can you hear me?
Nox has a theory that we just splattered a guy yesterday, and that's the contributing factor. So probably the brother-in-law somehow.
Well, he's the one who got me kidnapped, basically, in a roundabout way. Sent his goons to jump me, killed most of them, and then the Inquisitor showed up, and then, it doesn't look that good for me.
That wasn't an Inquisitor.
I mean, Witch Hunter.
Yeah, that was Robert Roth that showed up. You know his name.
Yeah. Then I was suddenly whisked away by the elves. They brought me to the Bits for a while. Saw Cereza, she's doing good. And then they forced me to follow them out of the city. And then they wanted me to give them an assassination target. I gave them Maxwell. And then I escaped because they wanted my sword, and they were going to kill me no matter what, because apparently it's some super special sword from, like, in elven history. And they were going to kill me for it, so I made a deal with one of the elves to get me out of there, but she could have teleported me. She didn't. Had to huff it my way back. And then I made a deal with Marika Lyre to get back inside the town. Nothing crazy. He just says, Lita, that he did it, so he probably will expect you to owe him one. Sorry.
Well, he's leaving, so...
Yeah.
The only thing we owe him is a slice across the throat.
Well, before things get too crazy, because they're about to get crazy, believe me, you're going to want to sit down.
Oh.
He's going to go up and reach for your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why hand? Oh, handshake? Okay.
And he's going to pat on the side like, thank you, just glad you're not dead, boy.
Thanks.
So, okay, you were with the elves. That probably explains the interference. They've been summoning demons against us.
Oh.
Yeah.
Don't worry, they've been disappointing.
Right, her. You're going to want to sit down for her.
Or interdimensional travel.
Well, I know about the whole weird thing with her.
Actually, Nox, you were there when Rowan first saw Anaris.
I thought he was outside like the whole time.
Yeah, like you weren't there physically. You weren't there physically for the solo session, but like in spirit you were, because that was when you were setting up to leave. So he knows about her.
That's why he left. He's like, I'm out.
I didn't know this. Yeah, we also have something planned called Operation Cinder, where they're going to assassinate Maxwell as like a little act of terror.
Oh no. Anyway.
I mean, we're planning the same thing.
Wow, maybe we don't even have to do anything.
Well, from what I heard last night, we
Yeah,
gotta
have intervene slightly.
Oh no, he died.
Yeah, no,
What could have happened?
we just covered the
No.
information.
No, if the elves assassinate Maxwell, that just gives them more power than whatever we're going to do with them.
Also, it makes the ones that haven't done anything in the bits a little more hard time.
Mm-hmm.
And and that way Maxwell's misdeeds won't be exposed. He'll go down as a assassination, a tragic hero that passed.
Mm.
Maybe we can use their attempt to, make us look good.
Oh, wait, no, you're right. We can use this. We need a way to get to Maxwell quickly. Easiest way is to tell them that there's an assassination attempt.
I mean, we're all.
What was that?
No, they're gone.
But before that, I think I have a wonderful idea for his little goon squad.
No,
And I pull out the stamp.
Mm-hmm.
This. John?
I was just gonna say for the rest of you, having not seen this, what Enzo pulls out is a brand. It's an iron brand. It's about this long, and on one end of it is the symbol of the Church of Eternal Fire with a dagger in the center of it. The symbol of the Church of Eternal Fire, just to remind you, is a ring of fire. So the symbol is a ring of fire with a dagger in the center.
Yeah. This is a little bit better than my previous reprobation spell, which will end the connection between a man and their god. So I figure we can go ahead and do this to his little goon squad and give ourselves some extra leeway when it comes to dealing with Maxwell.
How often can you use it?
To answer that question, Temme, as often as you need to, though it requires a melee touch attack in order to work.
So
Yeah.
So wait, just repeat it. It separates someone from the god.
That's the only thing that matters to us.
So good to know that wouldn't affect me.
Actually, it would.
It also, because Lita was there, it also nullifies their magic entirely.
Oh.
Wait, you need to be in melee with someone to use it. Is that right?
Or if someone can stun them or hold them in place while I stamp their head. Yes.
Oh, that.
Can anybody hold it, or is it just only a holy man out of character?
Enzo, you know the answer to this. You need to be a holy man in order to use this. It is a holy artifact.
Yeah, because I was going to say, imagine Anaris with this thing.
Yeah. I mean, if Anaris joined the Church of Eternal Fire and became a holy person, she probably could use it.
We've got like 3 hours.
I'd like to join the church for 5 hours.
That's not how it works.
I could
What,
technically.
you can't just hold. Stacy joined and hold the Bible.
I could.
It's about faith. Damn it! You gotta have faith, Arthur.
Technically, Lita could just ordain her.
But that's not so sneaky whenever the 6'3" woman has holy choir and glowing tries to sneak up on somebody with a brand.
Well, no, I just have to ordain her, and basically because technically, out of the entire city, Lita's the highest religious authority by proxy. She just doesn't have a title.
I also need to point out, Mike, for just game mechanics wise, for this to work, next time you level up, you need to take a rank in either Cleric or Paladin.
Oh God.
And we can hold people down. I mean, Burchill kind of motions to the harpoon gun on his back.
Nox raises his hand. Also, we won't have to just rely on that thing necessarily, and I motion over to Ermine.
I actually do have a question. What exactly are we doing to Maxwell? Are we arresting him or are we killing him?
Well, they always want to kill him.
About that.
Arrest him first.
It's like, I mean, I understand that the elves want to kill him, but what are we doing?
Removing the most complicated piece from the playing board.
He was a complicated piece.
It's what he does. He complicates the board state.
Is it very complicated? I mean, I personally feel like the bishop is the crappiest piece, and they diagonally.
God dang it!
God damn it, Ken.
Burchill, that was good.
Go to the corner. Go to the gates of shame.
But go to the gates of shame with a smile on your face, because that was good.
Get the shovel.
Go stand by the door with Orion and Aurora.
But he goes, his like he's saying, his goon squad, meaning Roth and Mosby and all their underlings that are devoted to them.
And wrongfully accused people.
Those two first, so you won't have anyone to actually protect him once the time comes. Knowing that he can call upon.
And we're okay if Roth and Mosby just disappear into ash, right?
Who are these people?
Nox, do you want to answer that one?
Like, I know Maxwell, considering I snuck up around Temple Isle and found where his office is. But these other people, I'm unsure.
Roth and Mosby work under him. They were the witch hunters that employed the spy, the ones that sent the orders for people to go into our country and take out our families.
Minor correction, Nox. Roth was not a captain then, so he was actually there in the cave. He was the one who actually swung the sword and killed the parrots.
Oh, so he killed Idris and Petra, huh?
Yes, he did. He did that by his own hand.
Was he the only one that got out of that cave alive after I caved it in?
You have no idea.
Did you say that?
Yeah, that was kind of leading the question.
I don't know. Like, I'm trying to figure out if I should tell her directly or not, but because we know she'll go off. But it's also, and she's also not the craziest. But I'll go. Roth is one of the ones that was there. He looked me in the eye. He looked all of us in the eye as they all descended upon us, kid. He's been my target. He's been my target since. What's it been? 2 years now?
Yes.
Okay. Where does he live?
Well, he's going to be around Maxwell and Williams, and I don't think he's getting out of this alive. I'm just going to make sure he doesn't. I
completely agree. You can gut him for all you fucking care. He needs to die.
But we got to wait till, and I point at Ermine, or her or him, separates him from his god. He's going to hell, and he is not going to his creator.
It's like, no, Ermine pulls out that vial she showed you, Nox, and just says, there were six witch hunters that killed my familiar. I killed 5. I killed 5. I only have one of these left, and you know who it's for. Mosley is mine. You can do to Roth whatever you want.
Is there no way to inject both of them? Like, what's the stuff there? Didn't I ever get her recipe or no?
You might have, but actually, yeah, you did. You'll have to make another one. That is actually not a difficult alchemy check.
Okay. So, does this have to be ingested, inhaled, what?
Preferably forced down their throats. Although I've never tried to inject it into the bloodstream.
How about out of character or not in character actually? What about this, kid? this juice makes sure that they don't go to their god, that they become heathens, and they'll get sent to hell when they die. How do you feel about injecting them?
It doesn't cut off. It won't cut off their magic like that little brand he has, but it will make them not go to their god.
Yeah, that's the most important part. The thing is, we got to get this in them before they die, because they're not going to go to, oh, we get a reward. No. Not for the shit you've done. So yeah, kid. Or malediction? Right?
Yeah, malediction.
Hey, got it right. So malediction. If we can get this into Roth and Mosby, they're 2 peas in a pod, then we'll be able to do whatever we need to them and finally put a lid on all this story that's been going on.
Well, that sounds completely agreeable.
Right.
So when are we doing this?
I looked to Lita. I looked to Enzo.
Preferably, would like to do it first before we even confront Maxwell.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a way to draw them out, do it. And then we can all just jump them together, repeat the process.
Rowan, I would just like to remind you one of the phases of Operation Cinder, phase 2, drawing out Maxwell.
I was just about to say that.
Okay.
Rowan brings up that the elves are planning on luring him out. So if we lure them out, the elves might take advantage of that. They also plan on there being a distraction. So we just gotta be careful our lines don't cross too hard with the elves and cause up.
You're right. This is pretty much guaranteed to give them everything they need to actually get their work done.
And what about the Inquisitor? What's his plans in all this?
Yeah, Lita points at what he said. And the Inquisitor, he wants to arrest Maxwell and take him back to Embersoul to be judged. Considering the literal mountain of evidence. The literal mountain of evidence the Inquisitor has.
Match they've seen recently.
So the Inquisitor has all the evidence he needs to formally charge Archbishop Maxwell with, treason against the state, treason against the crown, crimes against His Holiness, if you believe that dude in the fucking hat has ever been holy. Basically, the Inquisitor wants to take him back alive. So they can probably lock him in a basement and torture the ever-living shit out of him until they get all the answers they want.
And,
but the minute the Inquisitor has Maxwell, he's leaving. The Inquisitor and his goon squad are leaving the minute Maxwell is in cuffs.
And they'll just become a problem for another day that we don't have to worry, when then we can focus on the war.
Actually, we'll never have to worry about Maxwell ever again, because based upon...
Inquisitor.
Yeah. Well...
The Inquisitor won't be an issue after this encounter either. As long as everything goes according to plan.
The idea of working with that man just sits right
Me neither. You hear Sariel say, for those of you who are so inclined, roll perception on Sariel.
Well, she looks pissed. I'm not gonna roll.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that much you can tell. Does anyone want to roll perception to get a closer look?
At what?
Sariel, the moment Burchill is saying that thing.
20.
I don't know. She only killed Sariel's best friend.
Oh right.
37.
I didn't know Gid hung out with Sariel.
They were the only two half orcs in the city.
Wait, I thought Sariel was a
Wait.
full orc.
No, she's a half orc.
No,
Oh.
Sariel's half. Her mother was human. The orc.
Actually,
Oh.
all of you who rolled see this. The moment Burchill started speaking and said like working with the Inquisitor doesn't sit well with him, and then Sariel started speaking, she actually had a tankard full of something, and you watch as it's starting to crack in her grasp.
Don't tell Blasco then, because I wonder what he would do.
Okay, so wait, who died?
Nobody important died, but they just happened to be another half-orc, so Sariel could relate.
Wait, do you say that aloud?
There you go. Just heard it right from the...
Sariel wouldn't care if it's Geld or such. Sariel never gave a fuck about that person. Because that person was just kind of an asshole. Now, I thought it was Catherine that died. Then Sariel would get full crazy.
Oh, so you forgot who died.
No, it's like Geld was so unimportant to her that she didn't really ever care about her.
Look, I don't like working with the asshole either. However, the minute this is all done, he's out of our lives. Forever.
Well,
He goes back to his hidey hole because Maxwell gets arrested. His entire organization is going to crumble with him. The only two left loose ends, and at that point, would be Roth and Mosley. The rest of the witch hunters are a bunch of blind sheep that followed over their damn shepherd tells them. So all then we have to do is when the opportunity presents itself, we put a much more charismatic and believable shepherd in charge.
and there is also those among them that are asking questions.
Exactly. Anderson heads up the witch hunters in the city, and he's already pals with our perfect candidate for shepherd.
It's like,
Yeah, we'll take care of the Inquisitor after the war's over, if we so would just decide, which I think he has it coming.
And Ermine at that point actually speaks up and looks directly at you, Lita, then to Enzo, and then just says, "You can't be serious."
Oh, about Enzo becoming the leader?
We are
Yeah.
serious. All sure.
Are you questioning my ability to lead the church?
No, I don't question your ability to lead. I question your sanity.
Well, I look around the room.
Then you're in the wrong group of people.
That's a load of shit.
Okay, who's the most mentally stable? We got Burchill, then Rowan afterwards, but that's slowly degrading by hanging out with us.
Rowan's going to therapy now.
We got Mr. Squishy,
Burchill
who's
not
always
working.
been there, Rowan. He's always been on your shoulder, Mr. Squishy has.
Yeah, Burchill and Rowan are the only two sane people in this room.
Did you see Burchill the last arc?
Yeah, did you see
Fine.
Burchill?
He's
Rowan
still
is the
sane, it's
only-
just that he's angry.
Rowan is the only sane person in this room.
And even that is slowly degrading. You have no idea what he's been through.
He's
Hey,
the guard
Tanner.
of the psych ward.
But hearing this Burchill's like, look, normally I wouldn't want to work with him, but since this is your plan, Lita, I have put my faith in you. But if I get any suspicion that the Inquisitor has any other motives, I'll take his revolving crossbow that Delilah just gave me, and I'll keep firing until I hear it clicking.
Well, I mean, if he
I don't-
betrays us, go ahead.
Don't worry. Don't worry, if he decides to betray me, if he just decides to betray us, I'm just going to go 300 feet that way and then 660 feet that way.
Which, by the way, Burchill, you were too focused on your duel at the time. You have no idea what Lita's actually talking about.
Oh, we told him at the banquet.
Yeah, we told him. We
Okay,
told him at
then-
the party.
Okay, then you know.
Yeah, we told him at the fucking party.
Give him the wicked special, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so... Hang on. All right, so besides Roth and Mosby, how many underlings do they, Temme, would Enzo know how many of his inner circle witch hunters are underneath Roth and Mosby? There we go.
You don't need to ask Enzo. You already know the answer to that question because you've been spying on them for some time. If you'll recall, Roth and Mosley are currently head of the city guard because Maxwell put them in that position, and they currently have a squad of about some of them died, so I'd say at this point now there's 9 or 10 younger witch hunter recruits working for them.
Oh, just the recruits, okay.
Yeah, as far as any higher ranking witch hunters, those would be on Temple Isle, and those you would not know. Those you would not be privy to. And Enzo actually might, if that's what you want to know.
Yeah, because he wants to make sure, because he put a fire under what's-her-name, so maybe she doesn't quite trust them anymore. Maybe she's been talking to the other younger ones.
Enzo, for this, if you want to answer this, roll a religion check for me.
What was her name again?
Tamara.
Tamara, okay.
I'll type it in.
Because I already knew she was already suspicious, and I gave her a bit more info, and basically she's like, what are these guys up to? Wait, they're actually being treasonous. Wait a minute. I told her to start asking questions, looking for answers.
And you don't know what the effects of that is going to be.
Yeah,
Similar...
but if I can have someone that actually thinks straight...
30.
Okay. Enzo. So... the witch hunters don't typically operate in large groups. Normally what they do is they organize into small squads, maybe of around 5 or 6. Sometimes a little bit more if the situation is really dire, if the mission is just that difficult, and they actually go out of the city and do the hunting. That's kind of what's going on with Roth, Mosley, and all the witch hunters in the city guard. You have a small squad of witch hunters who are basically the specialists hunting down the insurgents, and then the rest of the city guard in the city are at their beck and call. The rest of the witch hunters the rest of the witch hunters, as far as you know, they either operate as guards around Temple Isle itself, and the higher ranking ones are in Temple Isle's basements. You remember when you went down to the dungeons, you saw beneath the church itself, you saw their training grounds, their headquarters, and all that jazz. Yeah, they're all down there, and you don't know the particulars of that. However, if they were needed, they could probably get to Maxwell pretty quickly.
Noise.
But yeah, I'll just make sure everyone knows. We might have some people sympathetics, just maybe. It all depends, and I'll just give the name and description of her just in case.
Yeah. Okay, so the rest of you know about a young witch hunter woman with brunette hair named Tamara, who Nox has been talking to. And actually, while we're on this subject, Nox, remind me again, just for role-playing purposes, what specifically have you been doing to Roth for these past few weeks? What have you been telling him?
What I was doing to Anslin, basically making sure no rest of sleep anytime he tries to get sleep, keep him in a state of exhaustion. And basically, because him and Roth think, oh, this is the elves doing this, but I'm going to make sure that they don't know that I know that they know. So I just been making sure I've been putting the same messed up stuff in there per the plan.
Okay. And as part of that, if I recall, you wanted to cast doubts in Roth's head about his allegiance to Maxwell.
Yeah, that's why him and Mosby were like, we can't tell anybody.
All right.
Also, he's still withdrawing from skooma unless he's gotten himself a source.
Yeah, about that. Clerics of the Church of Eternal Fire can remove addictions.
Oh, I thought you said it was skooma didn't do that. Ah, damn.
I looked that up. Technically, it is an addictive poison, and that is something that can be removed. So yeah, sorry.
Oh well, we're about to inject him with no god juice soon.
Yeah. The good news is, however, for the short time that he was addicted to it, was enough time for you to get to him. So yeah, you have had an effect.
Okay, good. And he should still be in a state of exhaustion. Oops.
I would also like to remind you that him being addicted to skooma is part of the reason that the city guard station blew up.
Yeah, well, that was going to happen anyway.
All right.
Come on.
All right. So, with this, are you guys done with this meeting? And shall we go on to the meeting with the Inquisitor, or does anyone have anything more to say?
Quick question. The Inquisitor doesn't... I point at me, I point at Rowan, and I point at the kid. Like, should we even be talking to the guy directly? Or should we be in the shadows like normal?
All we have to do is just lure him into some open space.
No, I'm talking about the Inquisitor. Like, oh, here's our squad. Like, hey, who are all of you?
He already knows much more than he left on. So let's just keep you away from him just so he doesn't have the proof he needs.
I would also like to remind Enzo and Lita that he did specifically ask you guys to gather those whom you trust. So he is expecting you to bring people with you.
I mean, I just got in.
You don't have to bring people with you, but he will be expecting you to.
Well, we're gonna play it. I think Lita looks at Enzo.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should play his game. He never shows his entire hand, so we won't show ours. We'll demand he brings his entire squad, and no sneaky, shadowy types either. I want all of them out in the open.
Well, I'm changing faces then.
We're like, we have malediction here, just keep out of sight.
Yeah, no. Yeah, but to clarify, Grant, we're gonna make him bring all those people, and they can't hide. We're gonna have you fuckers hiding.
Okay, good. I thought you meant us.
Yeah, we're gonna play his game. We're gonna play his fucking game.
So, at the very least. Rowan and Burchill, maybe.
But yeah, is Rowan, out of character, is Rowan still wanted technically, or no?
Yes, actually he is. Those wanted posters haven't gone down, and it's only really been a day. You haven't really had time to talk to anybody to get those to come down, so yeah, he is technically still wanted. However, as you said earlier, the guards that were looking for him are now leaderless, and you're going to arrest Maxwell, so with all the shit that's going on, they'll have higher priorities than him.
And I still have some friends.
Yeah, but
yes.
Out of character, Jayson, do you want a polymorph potion so you look like somebody else while we're walking to Maxwell, just so we don't have any unnecessary shenanigans?
That will not affect your armor. It will affect the person underneath the armor, but it won't affect you. And unfortunately, Rowan, the armor you wear is very recognizable. People will probably be able to point you out just because of the armor you wear.
You can't wear a cloak?
He can, but like if you want to wear the armor underneath the cloak, if anybody gets a good look, they'll be able to tell it's him. Again, just by the armor, because nobody else has anything like that.
Well,
Gabrielle, anything? Go ahead.
I mean, if we take a carriage from here to there, not many people are going to actually see me.
Alrighty.
I won't ride Admiral there.
Where are you guys meeting the Inquisitor?
We gotta send a message to him.
Well, yeah, but it is up to you guys to designate the time and place. So when and where do you want to meet him?
Well, give me enough time to make some more of this go to hell directly juice.
I want to go to Cracker Barrel now.
Alright.
And how long is it going to take me to make more of this juice? Enough for, like, Roth and maybe a few other witch hunters that might get in our way?
Not long, but let's decide on the time and place first, and then I'll be able to tell you if you have time to make it.
Well, I need at least one.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, decide the when and the where, and I'll tell you if you can do it in that amount of time.
Well, then I'll say, okay, we need a rain check.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what time is it now? Like 8 in the morning?
Kind of, yeah. Like I'd say over the course of this meeting, you guys just finished your breakfast.
It's 9 o'clock. What do you guys think? High noon?
Alright, so we get started immediately.
I need to make one more vial of this. I need at least an hour.
What does what's like the average like street traffic? You know, like medieval rush hour.
At rush hour, pretty busy. Though most of that is usually in the city square or on Temple Isle or in the Gildorf district. So if you avoid like the crowded areas, you should be fine.
But I'm asking like what time of day is usually that?
Oh, time of day?
Yeah.
I would actually say around noon to 3-ish.
That's crowd.
Yeah, I'd say around this time, like everybody's still either waking up or going to their own jobs, so like there's not much foot traffic now.
And Knox needs an hour.
He does. Yeah, he does need about an hour, but like, also I would also like to point out you guys are only planning to arrest Maxwell today. You don't know when you're actually going to do it.
Right, but we do gotta work fast because Rowan doesn't know the elves' exact timetable. Which, by the way, Lita, you were on the list too. Not the one they want to target for Cinder, but they don't like you. If that wasn't clear.
Oh God! All right, where do we put all the friends and family again?
Lita just kind of looks and just like, and the sky is blue.
I'm just.
They just don't like anyone, do they?
It looks more teal today, though, so you might be wrong.
Hey.
So yeah, we just still got to meet with the Italian jackass first, and then we'll be able to find out our timetable for actually getting him out there. But something tells me the elves are gonna strike at any moment.
Hey, Rowan.
Oh.
Roll a willpower saving throw for me.
Willpower.
All right.
Urge to kill. Rising. Power 5.
Okay.
We're gonna die.
What'd you do, Rowan?
If
If that is your real name.
I told you that in confidence.
Oh, well, all along.
Okay. But yeah, time and place. When and where are you guys meeting the Inquisitor?
Give me an hour, and then if you guys want to set out immediately, then yeah.
Where did you guys meet him the first time?
The hotel.
Kingfisher?
Do it again. What is it, the Merry Mermaid or whatever?
That was the Kingfisher Inn that he shot Gid. That's where he met you guys last night. If you want, you guys can meet there again, or you can meet in a friendlier place on your terms, like the Red Velvet Room, or maybe the Merry Mermaid.
Nah. No one chose power. Not somewhere that's not our turf.
We make him feel at ease too.
Okay.
What don't we own?
You do not own most of the businesses in this city.
Yeah,
Hey,
but we got
Temme.
friends that do.
How about Enzo's favorite eating spot?
Whoa, I do not want to tarnish that place with business.
No, you only do it with pleasure.
Plus, remember, don't they hire elves there to work?
Not anymore. Not anymore. Not since they moved them all to the bits.
They're all in the ghetto.
Oh man, I really got to put these people. If those elves do not go back to make my tea, Enzo might just burn the city down.
Well, you see, here's the thing: the elves who originally worked in that tea house, they didn't have a choice. A bunch of people in armor showed up to where they worked and said, "Hey, we're moving to the
you don't
pits."
understand. If those elves do not go back and work at that tea house again, the same one, Enzo's burning the city down. Enzo really likes that tea.
Well, if you want that to happen, the first step to that is arresting Maxwell and then getting Lita promoted to field marshal. So, yeah, if you want that to happen, you know what to do.
Oh man, we still gotta clean house ourselves after we arrest Maxwell. We still gotta go to the traitorous elves in Walpole.
Actually, regarding the traitorous elves in Walpole, Knox and Burchill, thanks to the efforts of the two of you, Vess has been able to make a complete list of every single known insurgent within Walpole. In total, there are 104 of them. You have their names, their addresses, where they work, and their next of kin.
Look, I want my name on that report card too
I have
because
a list of 100 known communists, insurgents.
Yeah. Literally, that is what you have right now. You have the red papers.
But
we wanna put
we're entering the Burchill era.
Virtualism.
If we want to really make this a hat trick, we're gonna print this list on the back of a menu.
Ken, is it bad that when you said Burchillism, I misheard that as botulism?
Well, in theory, both it and communism, or it and McCarthyism, were an infectious bacteria.
All right.
Okay, so you were meeting him at the Kingfisher Inn. The same room as last time, or a different room?
Same room.
Okay.
No reason to change things up yet.
Okay.
It's just getting a lot more crowded is all.
So
Yeah,
what time was? So the Kingfisher Inn at high noon. Is that the plan?
I mean, you guys can go meet with them and just tell me what's up. I can fly anywhere. I'm gonna make sure I'm brewing this potion.
If it's high noon, Nox, if you go down the basement right now and get started, you might miss some more conversation. But you could make a few of those in that time.
Well, if they want to start sooner, I'll just miss a little bit of the convo because I think the more important one is, yeah, we know what they want to do, but they can relate to me with their Bluetooth. Like, oh yeah, this is what's gonna happen here, and I'm gonna make sure we're loaded up. Me and the
All
kid.
right.
Yeah.
Well, so do we agree on high noon, or are we having this meeting immediately?
What do you guys want? I'll be out for an hour though, but yeah.
Meeting. And if Nox just needs to go create more things, that should be just fine. I'd rather him be something for the witch hunters than just being in a meeting about within a
More takeaway religion juice.
Well, it's like I said, if you meet the Inquisitor at high noon, Nox will have plenty of time to maybe make. I think
you're not hearing what I'm saying. We don't need Nox to see the Inquisitor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not expecting a fight in this particular moment.
And if there is one, they can just call me on the radio and I'll come flying.
Okay.
Yeah. What I'm more expecting in this situation is that the Inquisitor wants us to have a plan ready for him.
Mm-hmm.
And he wants to kind of take stock of what our current fighting strength is. So we don't need Nox there because Nox is going to prepare for the witch hunters, which is a far more important endeavor.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to make sure I get this into some syringes and stuff, and then we'll load up the kid with it, and then she'll be able to take away their godhood.
Yeah, just make it so that way I can hit him. I'm not a very good melee fighter, but, be damned if I can't actually do a little bit.
Nox also raises a hand at that. I can actually help with that too. And I point at him, like what I did for Birch.
Mm-hmm.
Enzo, how would you like to have +4 to everything strength related?
It would help.
By the way, just a minor reminder, Lita, the shield amulet. You still have it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I give this to I'll give that to him, Rowan, as soon as we depart.
Okay. Rowan, from Lita, you are now in possession of a shield amulet. Pretty much what this does is every turn, as a reaction, instead of doing an attack of opportunity, you can cast the shield spell, which will give you +4 to AC. So, like I said, the downside is if you do this, you have to use your reaction, which means you will not get an attack of opportunity. Okay.
Nope.
Okay, so as you all get up to set about the next phases of this plan, Sariel looks to you, Burchill, and says, "Burchill, may I speak with you for a few moments?"
Of course.
We'll get to that in a minute. Nox, I'd like you to roll a crafting check for me to see if you can make this based on the instructions that Ermine gave you. This is a little weird for you because it's not. Technically, it is alchemy, but it's more druid craft alchemy than what you're used to. Like, you're more into the hard science behind it. Druids are more into the more nature stuff.
Can she help me in the lab with it, or no? Or is she going to the meeting with them?
She could help. She could help you if you ask.
Yeah, I'll have her help me, then that way it goes easier. Because I'm like, okay, you're talking about weird magic shit, and I'm trying to convert that into the scientific method. I need your help.
It's not magic. It's nature. Like everything comes from the earth, including life.
Except for the stuff that comes from outer space.
Technically those things are also part of Earth. They're just part of different Earths.
Whatever. How do I just give me the ingredients and see what I can do?
All right. Here's what we're gonna need, and roll a crafting check for me.
Crafting. I was so close to 20. That's a 30. Wait, wrong one. 30 what? 30 something. 17 plus 14. What is that?
17 plus 14? 31, I believe.
31, yeah.
Okay, with Ermine's help, you're able to make I'd say you're able to make either 6 vials about this size, which is enough to separate someone from their god, or you can do 6 syringes. The question is, though, do you have 6 syringes?
I mean, I rob the morgue regularly, so I always have syringes on hand.
Okay. So yeah, you can either have 6 vials or 6 syringes. So yeah, you have.
Well, it's probably easier to inject and force it down their throat for the kid, and that way she doesn't have all of them. That way, I can throw syringes too because I have to throw anything feet.
Okay. Mike, are you there?
Mike went to the bathroom, but I can do this.
Okay, I'll wait for that.
I'll make the syringes. That way, you can sneak attack, inject, and then that'd be easier than trying to force it down someone's throat with a strength check. And at least, I can give her 3, and I can have 3, and I can be able to throw mine at least.
He's back.
So all of you leave to start doing your thing. Lita and Enzo, you both leave the guild hall to start setting up what you need to. We'll get to the 2 of you in a second. Burchill. After this meeting concludes, Sariel actually takes you over to her office where she closes the door, locks it, and again puts up the silence spell, so just the 2 of you can talk. And then after she does this, you watch as she walks around over to her desk, kneels down, opens up one of the bottom drawers, and then pulls out a bottle of Nox's moonshine, just pours it into a glass, and then just downs it like a shot. I actually have to roll for her for that.
Yummy.
Yeah. Her half-orc constitution saves her yet again. But yeah, as she does this, she says to you, all right, Burchill, I'm going to cut the bullshit. That Inquisitor, neither of us trust him as far as we can throw him. Actually, no, neither of us trust him as far as we can shoot him in the head with an arrow. It's
trust me, I fucking hate this, but he's unfortunately more useful alive than dead.
I tend to agree. Believe me, I'm just as angry about this as you are. But let me ask you something. We need that fucking Inquisitor to arrest Maxwell and take him back to Embersoul so they can torture him. Do you really think they need that big motherfucker or the elf?
Probably not, but I'm going to be honest here. I don't think I could take that ogre.
I'm not asking for you to do it. Just leave that to me. All I need from you is a signal.
Look, from what I've been told, he single-handedly took out good. I don't think I want you to. I'm not going to risk you either. Along with that,
you're risking yourself, and you just got your life back. You have no problem with that.
I always said I'm not fine among them, and I'm only going along with this plan because Lita says so. Honestly, I don't. Honestly, other than maybe. Honestly, unless this breaks out, when this inevitably breaks out into a fight, that's the only part of this plan I seem to have.
This is
I mean, sure, maybe. I could sneak in if given some priest robes, get some access to my hair gray. Bring back Brother Bastion as the character, but no.
It's but I would. Believe me, Burchill, I would love to tell you exactly what it is I've been working on for the past several weeks, but No offense to you or Lita, but I'm honestly worried that if either of you knows that Inquisitor is going to find out, and I don't want to risk that.
Oh.
All I... So, if there's going to be a fight, there's a very good chance that big motherfucker is going to be involved in it, and he's going to take a fucking beating. You do not have to do anything. You do not have to do anything when the chips are down. All I need from you, like I said, is a signal. I will take care of the rest. You can run or fly away even if you want to at that point.
I was a wizard.
Yeah. So, if you really want to do that, I want you make that call for yourself. If a bunch of elves swarm that motherfucker, looks like he's on his last legs, and you think you could take it, then do as you please. I'm not going to command you.
Very well. I just at the very least I wanted you to know that there's a saying in the doctrines of the Church of Eternal Fire for some things like this: an eye for an eye. He took. But it's like whatever you end up doing, Burchill, I just wanted to say in advance, thank you. Thank you for at the very least hearing me out.
Well, I guess the same goes for the same thing goes for the elf. But before I continue, the elf's a woman, right?
Yes, the elf is a woman.
Yeah. So that's definitely a case where I'm not going to get involved with her, because unlike the Inquisitor and many other people I've encountered in my life, I'm not a monster.
Like, I understand. All right. Unless you have anything more to say, with that conversation out of the way. So, high noon at the Kingfisher Inn. Enzo, just for role playing purposes, what specific message do you send to the Inquisitor?
Bet.
We are ready to meet. Same place as usual.
You have enough words to tell him to bring his friends and keep them in the open, if that's what you want.
What is it? What is it? This invitation comes with a +2. Figured that'd be more adequate.
All right. This is the response you get back from the Inquisitor is, I understand. I will meet you there. All right. So, Lita and Enzo are attending this meeting. Who else is attending this meeting, and where are you while it will be going down? Nox, you are currently working on the potions, so you will not be attending.
I'll get I'll be on standby with my Bluetooth.
Yeah. Burchill, you will not be attending this meeting because you opted out of it. So that just leaves Rowan and Anaris. So where are the two of you, if at all, in this meeting?
Well, Lita, do you want a fugitive still guarding you?
We asked originally.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
Okay. All right. So, where are you going to be in the room? You're just going to be standing by Lita?
Best place to, I guess, keep an eye on the whole room.
If you want, you guys can. If you want, you can rent out the room right next to her.
I can't go in there with her.
I mean, you can, but like if you want to be a little bit more inconspicuous. But it's your choice if you want to go in the room with her or not.
Sure.
Well, are you guys trying to be super, super diplomatic or mildly diplomatic?
Probably want Rowan in the room.
Okay.
All right.
Rowan is in the room. I imagine you're not going to be hiding, so I won't ask where you are. Anaris, what about you?
I'll just be in the room with my feet up, chair tilted back, feet up, right there.
So you're not hiding?
Nah.
Okay, so you're.
I
Okay,
could
so
easily get out of sight. It will not be hard.
okay.
Hey there, who could also hide as good as you.
Yeah, good luck sneak attacking me. Doesn't happen on me. I can't be considered flat-footed against any other rogue, and I know what to do.
So time eventually passes, and because you don't have eyes on the outside, you do not see anything happening out there. Rowan, I need you to roll me another willpower saving throw.
That's a nat 1.
Okay.
Rowan isn't here, is he?
You don't know.
There is no Rowan, only Fenharel.
It's like
Rowan was Fenharel all along.
so.
Why didn't we see
So
It was Rowan all along.
so. Eventually, at high noon, on the dot. Say nothing for the Inquisitor. He is very punctual. In walks Inquisitor Udo Kier, and Rowan and Anaris. You've seen these two before, but just to describe what they look like again. Inquisitor Udo Kier looks like the actor Udo Kier, just wearing the Inquisitor's clothes. Walking in behind him is this 8-foot-tall, muscle-bound, gray-skinned Khal Drogo-looking motherfucker who's the proportions of his body are a little less human and more gorilla-ish. His arms go all the way down to his knees, for instance, and they are super, super thick. Like his bicep, Rowan, is bigger than your head, and like each of his fingers are like those fat sausage links, and they all look calloused as sin, and even his very big, very loose-fitting clothes and vest only look like they barely fit him. So yeah, this guy is, and Nox pointed this out to you guys. This guy, just to remind you, is a half-ogre. You're not familiar with his capabilities. However, you do know that he knocked out Gid somehow with a single punch. The other person who walks in is a much more reasonably in height, but still very lithe, bald female elf who's wearing this like leather jumpsuit that looks like something straight out of Mortal Kombat, including the face mask. You also notice along both of her arms, both of her legs, and across her chest are knives, like knives for days. If you were to count them, there's probably in total like 24 knives on this person's person at any given moment. And so, and like as soon as she walks in, Anaris, her eyes actually lock to yours. Before then going around to scan the room for all of the places that you would hide. And you know this because as soon as you got in the room, you looked in those places too.
All right.
It's like,
I'm sorry, what was that last line?
Mike just said all right.
No, what did you say?
I was saying as soon as she walks in, she locks eyes with Anaris and then starts scanning the room for all the corners where there are shadows, including the ceiling, actually. But so yes, you have a half ogre Khal Drogo and a Mortal Kombat bald elf with knives for days. So Inquisitor walks in, looks at the assorted group, and
and then says, I apologize for being presumptuous, but I figured you would bring more.
Looks at Anaris. Looks back.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, we need the rest of our entourage preparing for post-meeting activities.
Very well. That is doable. Now, I suppose I should begin with what I discovered, since that will very much play a role in what we are about to undertake. Now, after our previous meeting, not the one we had last night, the one before, while you were away in Skalengard, I was busy looking through the records on Temple Isle for witch hunter deployments, filtering down my search, but urged by those who received their orders from Temple Isle, specifically from Dominic Maxwell, and those not under the direct command of Alexander Anderson. What I have found was very interesting. But this thing that you are suggesting that Dominic Maxwell has been doing, this is not a recent thing. He has been doing this for years, many years. All of the witch hunter squads that he sends out are listed as special operations missions. This is not as uncommon as you might think. The job of a witch hunter demands a degree of secrecy, and sometimes the things they find on their missions are things that they can't really talk about for one reason or another. So seeing a special operations mission on a record is not that surprising. However, the case that you presented to me with Ermine Greycloak, I checked that date first. At the time, Luigi Mosley is recorded to have been sent on a special operations mission to the Lawndale. Based on this information and what else we know, I've reached out to a contact of mine, another Inquisitor, and he informs me that very recently, in the Scarlet Guardian city of Aion, a cadre of witch hunters were captured, making an attempt on the life of the Duchess of Aion. They were all apprehended, supposedly because the Duke and the Duchess had been warned ahead of time. For that mission, they were supposedly sent to Embersol, and all of the witch hunters who were sent on that mission are listed as MIA. There are many of these missions going back several years, and unfortunately, I am unable to decipher all of them. As much as I have been able to figure out, Embersol is called for Skalengard, and Arundel is called for Stilichnia. So it appears that when entering these missions into the records, Maxwell is substituting their actual locations for locations within Syria to cover his tracks. This is very, very interesting, to say the least. So, with this in mind, I have a plan, or at the very least, the beginnings of a plan. But I wanted to hear what you had to say first. Any thoughts?
Don't you literally have, like, most of the authority?
I'm sorry, who are you?
Malediction. I'm on loan. Painter.
Lazy Forge, is this somebody who I should take seriously?
Just go.
I mean, you could.
Lita says, I would, if you don't want to wake up with your kidneys missing.
Very rude.
I understand this threat, I really do, but I want you all to but I want all of you to understand as well, especially you, Rowan and Malediction. If the two of you mean to kill me, my two associates here can kill your lady just as quickly as you can kill me. So I would advise against trying that.
I would like to make a correction to that statement that we both know is inaccurate. However, moving the conversation back on track,
What is with all of these people constantly having dick measuring contests?
I'm going to ignore you. You were saying, Enzo?
my point being is that, yay, we finally have actual proof that Maxwell has been doing bad things on the side with Earth resources. What I want to know
Correction.
is, can you, with your authority, can walk into Temple Isle and just arrest the man?
So, that is a very good idea. 3 problems. One, just to correct something you said, what we have is not proof. What we have is an incomplete cipher that we cannot fully decipher because we do not know the code. This is unfortunately not enough to arrest Maxwell. If we could get someone to decipher the codes, maybe it could be, but for now it is nothing. And no,
Well,
we cannot arrest Maxwell based on Ermine's story because Ermine unfortunately is a druid, and in the eyes of the Pope and the Archbishop of Embersoul, she will say anything she can to save her own skin. So they will very likely not believe a word she has to say.
Well, we were the ones that intercepted that order between Maxwell and his group and warned the Duke and Lady of Axion about the oncoming assassination plot.
Even if that were true, and you had something to show me, could you definitively prove that it was written or ordered by Maxwell? That is a problem, and that leads me to my second problem. Maxwell is a very careful and very paranoid man. He has been doing this for years and has found many ways to cover his tracks. One of these ways is by, thanks to his position as Archbishop, which he has held for many years. Over those years, he has been systematically weeding out and replacing those on Temple Isle with people loyal to him. And to speak on the annoying one's point, while I do technically possess the authority to walk in and arrest Maxwell whenever I want for whatever reason I please, it is never wise to simply trust that people who are supposed to do what you say necessarily will. Personal experience from my younger days has taught me that. It is the reason I choose to work with my own associates as opposed to other witch hunters.
Then we zone of truth his ass.
That leads me to the third and final problem, which is really 2 problems, but they are both the same aim, really. Temple Isle, all of Temple Isle, is consecrated. Not only do the standard rules of consecrated ground apply, but it is a special kind of consecration invented by the Church of Eternal Fire. No magic will work while on Temple Isle. The only exception to this is holy magic. And while I do like your suggestion of zone of choosing Maxwell, those, as I'm sure you know, Enzo, with very strong willpower, can resist such a spell. And so unless we have a way to 100% make sure the spell works when we use it on him, I would not rely on it. The other and more important difficulty in this is that if it were possible to simply punch Maxwell in the face, knock him out, and put handcuffs on him, this problem would be over and dealt with. But Enzo, You've had many conversations with Maxwell. Have you noticed that particular holy symbol he wears around his neck?
Yeah.
Roll knowledge religion. Actually.
Just pickpocketing. Not hard.
Mm-hmm.
+20 plus 11 is 31.
Okay. So all priests and all witch hunters within the Church of Eternal Fire wear a holy symbol around their necks. This is not an uncommon thing. So it is a necklace with a ring with a ring of fire, usually made of either brass or gold, depending on your position within the church. Maxwell's is different. Maxwell's is not made out of either brass or gold. It's actually made of silver, and in the center of it there's the symbol of a cross. So yeah, Maxwell's, as far as you're aware, Maxwell does wear a holy symbol, but his looks very different than all the other ones within the church.
Question.
Yes.
Question above God.
Yes.
Sure.
How far is Maxwell's office from the guild hall?
Pretty far.
Pretty far. I think I know what you're suggesting, but like, have you ever been in Maxwell's office?
I mean, if you act
Once.
Anaris told you what she did before she got.
Well,
Yeah.
to use your dimension door cloak, you'd have to know where you're going, and unless you've been in there, you probably wouldn't really have an idea of where it is.
No, I'm not going to there.
Uh-huh.
I'd be going out.
This is like, do you want to ask that in game?
How? No, I'm asking the distance. How far is it in the feet?
I'd say,
Pretty far.
I'd say like, cause yeah, it's 1,000 feet. Let me check how long 1,000 feet is. Just.
I'd say about 1,000 feet.
Yeah, I'd say about 1,000 feet.
Roughly
Well, yeah.
12,000 inches, if you ask me.
So 1,000 feet is not even a mile. So I'd say you couldn't get to the guild hall, but you could probably get to the other side of the St. Gabrielle's Bridge. However,
Okay, then that means I could get to Enzo's house on Temple Isle.
well, the Inquisitor did just tell you that Temple Isle is concentrated, so all magic except for holy magic will not work there.
You said magic, not magic items.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
Do you want
And is she not holy?
yeah.
do you want to
Ergo.
do you want to clarify that in game?
Yeah, Lita says, you said magic, not magic items.
Unfortunately, I know what you are going to suggest, and unfortunately, this does apply to magic items as well. The people who built the church on Temple Isle were very thorough.
Okay, another question.
Now that's completely fine. This ain't magical. Grappling hook.
Okay, then. Only holy magic works.
Yes. However, as I was saying, Enzo, you have noticed his holy symbol, correct?
Yeah, how it's not easy to miss.
It's like that is actually not a holy symbol of the Church of Eternal Fire. Maxwell has one. He just keeps it on his person somewhere else. That is a special item called a Sanctuary Cross. Enzo, are you familiar with the spell Sanctuary? It is holy magic.
I am.
So you know then that as long as he is wearing that spell, he cannot be harmed or hurt in any way. As a caveat, however, Lady Ford and others, while Maxwell cannot be hurt in any way while he wears this cross, even by magic, he cannot hurt anyone in any way. So if he makes a move to strike someone or deal them harm, even if it is a simple shove or a slap to the face, the effect dissipates and will be gone for the rest of the day.
technically, I am a celestial.
Technically, you are.
Therefore, all magic I do is, by proxy, holy magic. So therefore...
Is that the theories you would like to test?
Actually, on that same note, I do have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is any magic we cast considered holy magic?
Any magic you cast would be considered holy magic, as you are a priest of the eternal fire. Rowan, I know you are not magic, so this does not apply to you, and... Yeah,
You haven't seen me use a sword.
Swords are a different matter entirely. And I don't know what you'll do, but I'm ignoring you, so it does not matter. So yeah, Enzo, you are safe. Lita, to tell you the truth, I actually have no idea whether or not your magic will work.
Because during my expedition to Skarngard, I acquired an artifact. That if we could set up, hypothetically, in Enzo's home, we could set up a little interrogation room inside of Enzo's house. I go in to see Maxwell, pleading with him, doing all that. Then all I do is, when I basically go in for a consolatory hug, I grab him, I throw him through I open a door, and we walk out into Enzo's home, and we begin to shove nails. We begin the process of shoving needles under his fingernails.
That is a good idea. That is a good idea of one problem. The way you're suggesting it, you're suggesting casting it through the magic item, not yourself. If it's through a magic item, it will not work. If you really want to do this and you want to test this theory, you would have to cast this spell yourself. And if you're able to cast a spell yourself, that means Tempest was correct about you. Which, you being a celestial, I'm willing to look the other way for now. So Lita, can you cast a spell on your own without the artifact?
Give me a week and I can find out.
We may not have a week.
Okay, then the simpler solution. We deconsecrate the island.
That would take time we do not have. That would take time we do not have either. It would take many men and many hours to deconsecrate all of Temple Isle.
Why not just one room?
That would still take time, and it is not Maxwell's office or the church itself that is consecrated. It is the isle, the earth, the temple is on. We cannot just simply go into his office and deconsecrate the area.
Just not brand in the area.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is gonna unfortunately make this conversation a lot easier to decide on. I think we just go in and do it the old-fashioned way then.
I tend to agree, and in fact, I actually do have a way to get all the three of us at the very least inside of Maxwell's office and make him do something incredibly stupid.
Lita, profess your love for him, and that you couldn't do so publicly because he was a member of the church.
That is actually not too far.
Got it.
That is actually not too far off from what I had in mind.
And Lita says, and I have an idea on how to lure his entire cadre out.
It's like, as do I. So would you like me to tell you my plan first, or do you want to tell me your plan first?
We blow up St. Gabrielle's bridge.
He's thinking about this, but you don't need a perception check to tell that he's hesitant.
And Lita says, it's the only way off the island that doesn't involve a boat. It's the fastest way off the island. We cut off Maxwell's main escape route. All of his goons are going to be looking for, on both sides of the bridge, the cause, they're going to be trying to stem the flow of chaos on both sides. The forces will be preoccupied. While this, we literally just have to spring this trap the minute we scream j'accuse at fucking Maxwell. He'll be too confused to react. Meanwhile, the bridge is blown in half.
That is not a bad plan. I'm going to assume then that you have a means of blowing up St. Gabrielle's bridge.
Do I?
You have a rock? You have a pet rock? You can turn that into a freaking nuke.
Give me a few days. What we do is we stuff a few barrels full of Nox's concoction, shove a bunch of holly berries and rocks.
Nox's concoction is a gas. It will not blow up the bridge, but I see your point. It's like,
Well,
how,
you can still ignite gas.
it's like,
Yeah.
it's like, how about we listen to my plan first and then we decide which one is better.
I mean, that you can't light a gas on fire. That's how that dude killed himself, by lighting a cow fart up.
All right. I don't know if that works with white phosphorus though, and I'm not willing to type that into Google. to
White
answer it.
phosphorus is not a gas; it's a metal.
Okay. So yeah, I don't know if it would explode per se.
No.
It can,
It'll
but
get burned.
For obvious reasons, I haven't actually looked up the properties of white phosphorus because I don't want the FBI watching my computer every second of every
Yeah,
day.
you
Just
get
go
on
to
this.
just go to Wikipedia and Google the Siege of Fallujah, and then sit back and contemplate your place in the world.
All right. So it's like so. Okay. So here is my plan. Right now, Maxwell is a little bit distracted, so he's not exactly taking appointments. Part of what is distracting him is King Aegon's sudden visit to Sanctuary. It's like Maxwell is expecting that he will be summoned. He has not been yet, but he knows that he probably will be soon. And this is one of the reasons we had to act fast before he has a chance to talk to King Aegon.
Oh, that's wonderful. So that means the king could also be caught up in this conspiracy.
I very much doubt that. If the king knew what Maxwell was doing, that would mean the Pope also knows what he is doing, and if the Pope knows what he is doing, there would not be a need for so much secrecy.
Right.
oh,
It's like
Maxwell is the only piece in this board in motion.
indeed. That being said, I have a way to get at the very least myself, you Enzo, and you Lady Ford into the room with Maxwell in such a way that he will see us regardless of whatever he's doing. He will make time to see us.
Oh, I've heard worse plans.
what time are we doing this?
We're doing this once we have confirmed that Ross and Mosley are.
Day, night, afternoon,
Oh, it doesn't matter.
tea. If we do it at night, I could also be there.
It's like as you guys are having this conversation, you watch as Kier reaches onto his belt, pulls out something, and with a wicked grin on his face, he holds up for you guys to see a set of diameridium manacles. Neither Lita or Enzo, neither of you need to roll to know what this is. Anaris or Rowan, if you would like to roll a knowledge local check to know what this is for.
A profession.
Yeah, profession would actually work for this too, since you are a city guardsman.
That's the hot displacement 11.
Anaris, you do not know.
They're manacles.
15?
17.
Oh, 17? The DC was actually 15, so you got it. Rowan? Diameridium is... You can tell it's diameridium because the metal is brownish and shiny in color, not like copper is, and like regular manacles are made of iron. So yeah, these do not look like that. Diameridium has a very unique property. It is able to nullify, not completely, but mostly. It is able to nullify magic. Diameridium manacles are typically carried by witch hunters to arrest mages. Lita, Enzo, you know this without even needing to roll. But yes, with this knowledge and seeing your general reactions, Kier is going to continue by saying, It is very easy to forget with everything that has been happening, but Lady Ford, my investigation into you is still ongoing. Technically, and while I am in the city, I am still supposed to investigating whether or not you are a mage. Now, imagine the look on Maxwell's face when we walk into his office with you in handcuffs, and I tell him that my investigation has concluded that you are, in fact, a mage. But as much as he loves you, what do you think he will do? Yes, I know. Yes, I am very well aware that he is in love with you. It is very easy to read on his face when I talk to him.
Oh shit! Everybody in this fucking city knows it. He's the only one that thinks there. Nobody does.
Yeah, he thinks it's the...
Nobody knows that my love of Lita.
So exactly. We all know his feelings for you. Imagine what it will do to him to see me walk you into his office in dimeridium handcuffs.
That's gonna be a fucking crisis of faith. Actually, that might get him to cop to the conspiracy. That might get him to cop to the That might make him try and bribe the Inquisitor. Mm-hmm. Which, oh shit, Temme.
Yep.
If Maxwell tries to bribe the Inquisitor,
that's enough.
That's enough to fucking charge him for treason and shit.
Because he wouldn't necessarily go to jail for the crime you want him to, but he would be aiding and abetting a mage, which is technically a worse crime.
Yeah. Even if it's fault, even okay, so above game thoughts on this. Mm-hmm. So even if he cops to helping Lita to try and get out of the situation, that would mean he'd be more than willing to cross everything he believes in to commit a felony. Therefore, we're basically like, this is an entrapment.
Yeah, and also Enzo, you and the Inquisitor would be in the room while this happens, which means you would see him committing this crime.
Well, I know, but you know how you sell this even more back in character.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I like this idea, and here, this is how we can sell more. I'm protesting the entire time.
Actually, just to get Maxwell riled up, I was thinking that after the last discussion you and he had, where to my understanding the two of you had a bit of falling out, you came to me for help and answers, and you Enzo Vedevore were instrumental in capturing Lady Ford. You were actually the one who found out that she was a mage.
I look at Lita with an eyebrow raised.
It's like, remember, we need to get Maxwell to also get angry, to do something stupid, so that he does something that harms someone in the room. The second he does that, the spell Sanctuary that is protecting him disappears, and we are on him like wolves on a freshly killed manticore.
Inquisitor Kier, would you allow me to walk Lita in?
Yes.
If that is what you wish.
And Lita adds to this. And just so we make sure we have enough muscle, points at Rowan, mm-hmm. and says, you could also be bringing him in, or either you could be bringing him in on charges of aiding and abetting a criminal, or he confessed to you, Enzo, this whole time that I've been manipulating him with my witchy ways, and he wants to clear his good name by helping turn me
in. Rowan, are you okay with this plan?
You're muted, Jayson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Very well. That is.
And Lita looks at you and mouths the words. This does count as hazard pay, by the way.
Was that?
Lita mouths the word. This does count as hazard pay, by the way.
By the way, Rowan, with all the money that Lita promised to pay you after all this is over, you will be able to afford to build your own very well-off house from scratch.
I'm going to Fiji.
Yeah.
Epilogue just cuts to a tropical island with like this 8-story manor with like beautiful elven women surround like working in the grounds, and Rowan just sitting in like a little rocking chair on the porch with a cup of lemonade, just going, yeah.
No, not a lemonade, a mojito.
In each hand.
I've never actually had a mojito. Is it good?
I don't know.
All right. So,
I just want to point out,
Mhm.
whenever Rowan has to talk to someone, 9 times out of 10 it ends with.
I'd like a mojito. That'll be 5 silver, please.
Those are very ginny.
So yeah, he could Enzo goes to hit let's say hypothetically goes to hit. Maxwell goes to hit Enzo. The sanctuary spells dissipates, and then Rowan basically just.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that scene from Grand Budapest Hotel.
Also,
Yeah.
Also, I would like to remind you that Maxwell has a strength of 7. So yeah.
It does negative damage to me.
If Maxwell tried to punch you, Jayson, he would probably hurt himself.
I'll harm you.
That is phase 1 of this plan. As I have said earlier, while we will be walking in there to put handcuffs on Maxwell, we still technically do not have proof that it to arrest him for treason. We need someone to decipher the cipher. Thankfully, thanks to your efforts, I now know of 2 people in the city who can decipher that cipher and put Maxwell and possibly all the other witch hunters under his command away for a very long time. Robert Roth and Luigi Mosley.
Wizard, and I hope you know how to raise the dead. I hope you know how to speak with the dead.
That will not.
Two men are marked for death.
Is it?
Wronged too many people, and they will be punished for what they've done.
I will guarantee you that they will be punished for what they have done. However, I must ask. I will not ask who
Hold
is
on.
wrong. Uh-huh.
Lita,
I do
Lita.
not to there is death. Death has been marked on these men, and they'll come what may. You will have to potentially put your life in danger if you wanted to stop what was about to happen.
Lita does bring this after Enzo finished. After that, she goes, I have a network of people that could probably decipher that for you.
How?
They just finished compiling a list of 104 insurgents. The only official list of insurgents in this city that has been verified. These are also the same group of people that helped us to determine that Tempest was the traitor, and about the plot against the Lord of Axiom.
You are confident that these people can break this cult?
Yes, if not, well, eventually it can be broken. It's a long trip back to Embersol, isn't it?
Indeed it is, and I would like to remind you that until this code is broken, we technically do not have any real concrete proof by which we can have Maxwell arrested.
I can hand this cipher over to the right people, and they can begin working on it immediately. All they need is a single code phrase.
At this, Kier walks over to the desk in the room, grabs a parchment and some quill, which is left there for the guests, and writes down a few things on it before handing it to you. And he says, "Gives this to your people. Tells them this is where they can begin and what to look for. If these code breakers are as good as you say they are, then they should have no trouble." That being said, I would very much prefer if either Roth or Mosley evil alive. Technically, we do not need them both. So kill them if you must, but if possible, leave one alive. It would make this process that much easier. And just to ensure things go the way they are supposed to, my 2 associates will assist your associates in either apprehending or killing them.
No, they won't.
Why not?
We're going to need those 2 to ensure that Maxwell gets out of that building. Because not only will Maxwell's associates also potentially still be in the building when you have to get him out, the insurgency has marked him for death.
How do you know this?
Our network is very thorough.
We have spies in the insurgency.
As I said, Inquisitor Kier, Maxwell is not the only moving piece on this board.
How in the actual hairy testicles of the Creator did you get a spy into Fenrirel's insurgency?
1, Granddad is waxed smooth, sir. 2,
we associate with a variety of different.
Certainly not by getting kidnapped.
Lita just says, my network is vast and complicated. Our network is vast and complicated. Think of it as a spider web, Inquisitor Kier. A spider web built within a larger spider web, centered on an even bigger spider web, always moving.
Wow.
I feel called out.
Your spider web.
If you are certain of this, then tell me everything right now. What do you know?
All we know is that when they are going to make a move. When they get the opportunity to, they will strike and kill Maxwell.
Other than the obvious, what possible reason would they have to kill Maxwell? Hi, Charlie. We're still in the plan-making phase. Gabrielle is daintily sipping tea over at the Helsing estate and not really having to worry about any of this. She is completely stress-free at the moment.
Delightful.
Well,
but yes, back to Bacon.
Maxwell is the leader of the church in this city. For them to kill him, it looks good. It shows that they can go after anybody at any time.
And I can also see what it would do to all of the elves and the bits. If the insurgents kill Maxwell before we have a chance to prove that he is corrupt, Maxwell is still very much loved in this city, despite all of our opinions about him. If the insurgents kill him, they will make him a martyr.
Exactly.
You are certain of this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Lita, without looking at Rowan, I have it on great authority that this is the plan.
In that case, the next question I must ask is: this network you have, do they have a way to get Maxwell out of the city without being seen?
That would be where you come in.
Indeed it would be, but I am limited only by the resources of the locale for which I am in. You live here. You have these connections. These are your people, not mine. Can they get Maxwell out of the city without being seen?
Yes.
Very well. Then that is the last piece of the puzzle. Now, I am not against you blowing up Saint Gabrielle's bridge. It actually might make things a bit easier in the long run, even though we are technically destroying a historical city monument. But that That is not my concern. My only concern is seeing that those who commit sin receive just punishment. However, my plan to lure out Roth and Mosley was actually to lure them to St. Gabrielle's Bridge. For you see, if we lure them to anywhere else in the city, there are alleyways, there are open sewer grates, there are sides of buildings. There are plenty of ways for him and his other associates to escape. On St. Gabrielle's Bridge, they can only go 2 ways. Forward and back. So my plan was to lure them to St. Gabrielle's Bridge, and originally it was going to be my 2 associates and yours, but since we are taking the 2 of them with us, it will just be your associates if you believe they can handle it. We'll engage Roth and Mosley in a pincer maneuver so that they cannot leave. Or if you want, you can blow up the bridge with them on it. But I would still very much prefer one of them alive.
Yeah, I mean, that's my thought. We lure them to the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Burchill and Knox lure them to the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And then the minute they're on the bridge, I mean, yeah. Burchill hits them with the fucking, or someone hits them with the fucking darts, so they get to go to Hell Juice. And then
I think a pincer maneuver would probably be the best here, just to guarantee that maybe one of them's captured and the rest fight amongst themselves. Malediction.
Mike, you're being spoken to.
Oh, am I being paid attention to again?
Not really.
Yep. Story of my fucking life here.
But when we go into Temple Isle, I need you to be my shadow.
Did you not think I wasn't?
Oh, I knew you were, but I wanted to make it clear to Inquisitor here that I'm going to have a shadow.
Yeah.
But luckily, the shadow is all I need.
Quite a bit more effective than the one who's just asking for attention right over there with the knives.
All right.
It's like, I thought
you can worry about your complexes later.
above game Mike, I thought you wanted to get Roth.
Yeah. There's also
you can't do both. You can either go with Enzo to get Maxwell, or you can go with Nox to get Roth. Choose one.
Probably should go for Roth. Yeah, actually thinking about it, I may not be able to be your shadow.
You go kill the guy who killed your parents?
Hopefully didn't say that just out loud.
Yeah, I would advise against saying that out loud.
You want to go kill the man who had killed your parents? Malediction.
Well, I won't be the one that sticks the dagger into his heart, but I will assist.
Well, there we go.
Sylvia.
Inside that. I think that should be...
I mean, with how big that one talks over there, you should be completely fine.
You do not have to worry, Enzo. You do not have to worry, Enzo and Lady Ford. I have no quarrel with any of you now. Lita, you and your origin have pretty much proved your innocence, and Enzo, as far as I am aware, you have not committed any crimes, at least not any crimes that I can see.
Yeah.
So you have nothing to fear from me.
Wonderful. Then, in that case, why don't we go ahead and say we give this operation in... What time is it now, roughly?
I'd say you guys have been talking for about an hour, but yeah, I'll actually have Maxwell say this. It's like, very well. Then tomorrow morning at the break of dawn, I will bring Maxwell to Lita in handcuffs, and at the same time, I will forge a letter to Roth and Mosley from Maxwell, informing them that Inquisitor Kier's investigation into Lady Ford has finished. He's found that she is a mage, and that they are ordered to come to Temple Isle so that they might assist in, well, doing what needs to be done with her. Once they make it to St. Gabrielle's Bridge, they are all yours.
Does that sound fair?
It's equitable.
It's very well then. In that case, to all of you, might I suggest you go talk to whomever you need to make this plan successful. Say whatever you need to your loved ones, and take an early night and get a very good rest. For tomorrow at dawn, he goes down. So, unless there's anything else that needs to be said, Maxwell is going to take his leave.
Maxwell? Oh my God, Maxwell is here? Oh my God.
Not Maxwell. Not Maxwell. If there's nothing else that needs to be said, Inquisitor Kier is going to take his leave.
That's fine. He can leave.
All right. So, with Maxwell gone, the rest of the session is all of yours, and now Gabrielle is here. So if you want to discuss any remaining details, but regarding this plan before we execute it, now is the time. You guys have until dawn tomorrow before you execute this plan.
Let it be a dawn of justice.
Yes, it will be a dawn of justice, and it will probably be much better than that movie too.
He tried so hard.
Mm-hmm.
Did it?
But yeah, Grant, did you hear that conversation with the Inquisitor?
Yeah, I was just laying on the couch.
Okay, so you heard what he said.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but if any of you need to discuss anything with any NPCs, if you need to discuss something with each other, or if you need to do something in the meantime to make this work, now would be the time. You're not going to get another chance.
Exercise Rowan because Fenrir just heard all of that.
How do we
how do you?
But out of character, we don't know what's going on.
Why would we exercise him or even plan it? No metagame.
I know, but that's why it was a joke. But I'm like, Rowan, at least start climbing up all backwards and spewing like green vomit and telling us her mother sucks cock in hell, so we know.
If Lita Hetty put a tracker on me, I'm gonna be very upset.
Oh yeah. By the way, everyone, Rowan was kidnapped / saved by his character from the horror one shot. You remember the Hellraiser one?
Yeah.
Circle is complete.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Also, like my character from that sold you out, so I could go live, work for a shipping company.
Yeah. Yes, he did, but that didn't stop Lena Headey from coming back and saving Rowan's life anyway. And now they kind of have a thing, but we'll see how that resolves later.
Yeah. Meanwhile, my guy's like, I'm working on the high seas. I've got a better job. My employees aren't trying to eat me, and I'm away from the city. This is good. Life is good.
And then the Leviathan comes up out of the water.
Oh, you fucking cunt!
But yeah, Gabrielle, since I'm going to assume that you're privy to these conversations now, do you have any questions about what's going on?
So many.
I think I'm good.
Okay. Nox. Actually, I suppose I should ask all of you as a whole, are you guys still planning on blowing up St. Gabrielle Bridge?
Whatever Lita decides, like if I gotta make more explosives, that's gonna take a lot more time on my belt.
Because yeah, like your stats are technically full, but I will say, Nox, if you want to do this, you'll need to work through the night to make enough explosives to blow up the bridge. Don't worry, I'm not going to give you a point of exhaustion just because of what you are. You're a naturally nocturnal creature. But yeah, so are you guys going to blow up St. Gabrielle's Bridge?
Is it necessary?
If it becomes necessary, I'd say yes.
I guess we have to probably debrief everybody on the logistics of what's going on now, don't we?
Well, that's what you all are doing right now. This is kind of one of those weird in-game and above-game moments where like time is passing, but you guys are doing all this stuff. So yeah, just like you have free reign.
But Zach turned into a burb.
All right.
I don't know. Should we go to the bathroom then? I guess if he's taking off.
Do you want to have a bathroom break now, or do you want to finish this part and then have a bathroom break?
Yes, please.
Okay, bathroom break.
Pause.
You have until dawn tomorrow morning to execute this plan. So like you have until then to discuss the finer details of how you're gonna make this work.
Because we can't blow up the bridge and them at the same time because we still got to inject them with the go to hell juice.
Do you really need to, though?
Yes! I'm not going to let these bastards have a good afterlife with their asshole of a creator going, thanks for burning all those children alive. You did a good job.
Ermine is pretty adamant that you do this as well. Nox is Roth marked for death. She has Mosley marked for death. So yeah, she does not want him to be getting the good afterlife either.
Okay,
Yeah,
you know,
so-
Rowan and Ermine are super close.
But yeah, we sent the Joker to hell. These guys are going to be joining him.
But yes, like for that to work, you are going to need to either inject them or make them drink it before you kill them.
Yeah. Mike, I gave you 3 syringes of the juice. I got 3 myself.
Serious question. Is there a time limit once they ingest it, however way?
Not particularly, I suppose, until like it leaves the system via urine or feces. But until then, you're good.
Roth just holds up his hand. Wait, before we fight, I gotta use the outhouse.
No, you don't.
So in theory, we could. In theory, you guys could engage them on the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And then if, like, a cadre of witch hunters start to show up, then you start blowing up the bridge.
Let's see. I'm going to have to rig only a certain part of it to blow then, so they won't be able to jump across.
Grant, you do have that diagram from Ermine that does explain exactly how to blow up the bridge.
God, I got that a while ago, didn't I?
Yeah, you did, and now is the time to use it. So you don't. I'm going to say this, you don't need to make a lot of explosives for this. However, the explosives you're going to need to make need to be super powerful because they need to be placed at the stress points, basically.
But Grant,
I would also like to point out for the sake of this that St. Gabrielle's Bridge is this world's equivalent to the Tower Bridge in London. So, yeah, this is a pretty thick and pretty sturdy bridge. It is a historical landmark.
Let me pull out my anonymous mask and then I'll just go, remember.
That is actually kind of what this is.
Was it you, Zach, no spoilers, was it you, Zach, that said the Batman takes place on that day?
Yeah, a certain scene takes place on, yeah.
So,
which is very, very, as somebody was, very Gen Z of the Riddler.
Yeah.
Alright,
Also, Ermine is going to be joining you guys for this fight because, yeah, like you said, you have Roth marked for death. She has Mosley. So,
quick question: if I have to place these bombs at a certain point, I can't remote activate.
You can set it up so that when you can it's kind of like a chain reaction thing. So like one blows up that lights the fuse to another. You can do that.
But I'd have to go under the bridge and activate it. I can't just press a button. I don't have that tech.
yeah, like that. That is the one. That is the one downside to this. You're going to need to make the explosives well in advance, and you're going to need to set this up before this happens. The good news is you know how to set it up and you know where to place the explosives, but you still need to make them and you still need to set them.
Wait, what about Gabrielle? She's got magic. Can you remote activate something? Like make an explosion without getting close?
Good question. Let me read over my spells.
Yeah, I can actually give her something that can do that.
Oh, okay.
The rock, my little rune coins.
And she has magic.
She has magic. She can activate them.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, that solves that problem. That way I don't have to jump off the bridge if shit goes down, and then I can stay right there while we're fighting.
I would also like to remind you, Charlie, that in an earlier session, you did get that staff of weather control. Like, I know you don't have many offensive spells, but that staff does. So,
right. I had forgotten about that. Thanks.
Let me get you the stats for that.
But looking at the map of the bridge or the city, Grant. Enzo.
Get on.
I'm thinking, you can see the map.
I mean,
here we go, Charlie.
Roll 20. There we go.
Charlie, the way this staff works, 10 charges, and like it can cast a certain number of spells through it, and like each spell has a certain number of charges. So like if you want to cast Control Weather, for instance, that requires 3 out of your 10 charges, but if you want to cast Fog Cloud, that only requires 1. So yeah, basically be careful with however any spells you cast through this thing, because once you use up those charges, you need a long rest to get them back.
So, if you guys can see the map.
Yes.
I'm thinking right here, where it connects to the temple, or to the island. Just blow that section, because then if Maxwell tries to book it, he can't get out. And so then we can just have the underground meet us to pick up Maxwell and get the Inquisitor and Maxwell in the city.
Maybe we should do it should do it more towards the middle, because like what if like they'll have clerics have ranged spells that are be able to hit us? That way we gotta be further away from there. And if we have the guards on our side in the city say, oh yeah, there's gonna be something, but don't come this way. Like just to get out of the range. Yeah.
We could strategically position members of the underground in and around this area, so if people try to interfere, they can just kind of like from the shadows start attacking them.
Or like redirecting traffic, like nothing to see here. Like we can make it look like, oh yeah, like it's under control or something. But yeah, like let's do it a little ways. Hey Temme, what's like a ranged spell? What's the distance you can get it with a spell?
You do technically have the Fireball spell, Temme, and so do most clerics of the Eternal Fire.
What's the distance?
If you're asking what the long range of some of the spells we can use are, we're looking anywhere from 100 to 100.
So 30 to 100. So yeah, we got to make sure make them on the bridge a little ways away. Also, it's probably less structurally sound towards the middle than it is towards the land, because it's a lot less support in the middle. Also, it's not easy to check in the middle underneath unless they can climb like me and Anaris.
All right, so regardless of where you're placing these explosives, if you're going to do this, Nox, I need you to roll another crafting check to make these.
Alrighty. Let's go with the big die. That is going to be a 32.
Okay, so all right, so you make your standard explosives, and you are able to make them with a high enough yield to make them go off. Now, let me roll for luck for this part. Okay, you know what? You guys have natural 20 in terms of luck, so I'm not going to make you guys roll an engineering check to see if you can follow Ermine's instructions for where to place the explosives.
So it's like she marked it down, and he goes, right here. I can't be even more clear. Right here.
So yeah, like Nox and Anaris, like in the dead of night, while everyone else is doing their thing, the two of you are like crawling underneath the bridge, setting these, and like roleplay that however you wish. But like, yeah, like one of you has the instructions, and like you're setting the explosives where you're told to.
Now we use the sticky tar, and it'll keep it to this joint, and it'll be weatherproof.
Anaris, you can make spider webs. You don't need the sticky tar.
I do. I look over her doing that one. Oh yeah, that works too.
All right. So for the rest of you guys, are there any other details that you need to know?
So is it just gonna be Roth and Mosley, or are they or like all their troop gonna be out, or is there gonna be still some on Temple Isle, like the ones that are doubting them?
You'd have no idea. All you know is that Roth and Mosley are going to be coming, and once they get to the bridge, that's where you attack.
I can like make it really messed up for them. I'll distract them so Anaris can inject them, and then also be like, oh yeah, by the way, Maxwell doesn't require assistance anymore. Apparently, the Inquisitor is coming for all of you. Like, make them all distrust each other and stuff.
Guardsmen don't control that bridge, right? That's a...
No, that's a church thing.
Okay.
So, like,
Okay.
once you're on the bridge itself, your guardsmen can't do anything. On the city side of the bridge, you can. I would also like to point out one thing. I did base this bridge off the Tower Bridge in London, so while there is the actual bridge portion of it, there's also the top part. So yeah, you guys can get up there.
Hey, Jayson, does the elf have a navy?
I would imagine so.
Wait, what elf?
Elves,
That
like the
Fenrir
elf.
elf, the elf, the
Yeah,
insurgency
Fenrir elf.
should.
You have no idea. They were always secretive around you. You have no idea what their capabilities are. You don't even know the full scope of Operation Cinder.
Yeah,
I
I'm just worried that all our planning and then the elves are gonna fuck it up.
Well, which way are they coming from? Because if they're coming from the ocean, then that would kind of imply.
Yeah. Well, you don't know where the elves are going to be coming from, but Roth and Mosley are definitely going to be coming from the city because that's where they're operating out of.
There's no reports of like where their latest conquests were, where they're like been marching.
No, after
We have
all
no
the
idea. Zero.
after all of the elves were sequestered to the bits, the insurgents have gone strangely quiet. Although you now know that the reason that they were strangely quiet is because they were prepping for Operation Cinder.
These bastards summon a demon while we're in the middle of revenge. I'm gonna be pissed.
I mean, that could happen, or it could not, but we'll have to wait and see.
No, Jayson, don't BRB.
So, okay, I know where Rowan is going to be, but for the rest of you, before we do this, so as dawn is breaking, and as you guys are going to be just sitting there waiting for Roth and Mosley to arrive, where are you guys going to be?
Is Rowan going with Lita's team or is he staying with us?
Rowan is going...
Burchill, Burchill.
Burchill, what are you doing?
I don't know. I don't know what this plan is.
The plan is to lure Roth and Mosley onto the bridge and then take them out. And you can bring Horus into the city now, so if you want to use Horus for this mission, you absolutely can.
I don't know how I would lure these guys out. I've never talked to them once.
They're already being lured.
Yeah, they're being lured. Yeah, they're being lured. All you guys have to do is just wait for them to arrive and then take them out.
But
I guess I could be up in the air and just shoot them with arrows if they survive the explosion.
All right. So, okay, if that's what you're going to do, remember for Spitfire, you need to choose which element you're applying the damage to before the battle starts, and you can't change it mid-battle. So your choices, remember, are fire, ice, and lightning. Which one do you want to use?
Well, the bridge is above water. If they're still alive, but in the water, electricity.
Okay. So it is set to lightning. You cannot change that. But yes. While you're waiting for them to arrive, where do you guys want to be situated?
Okay,
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Yes.
Is it wise for us to be in those towers if we're blowing up the bridge, or are we specifically setting the explosives so that it's only going to break the bridge part?
It's only going to break the bridge part, so you can be in the towers if you want to.
Okay.
Basically, we're going to separate them from the city.
If it would be advantageous for me to cast like a fog cloud so that it's going to, because it will impair the seeing of our targets, but it will also make it harder for us to see. So,
I mean,
what you want to do.
I mean, it would make it difficult to see. However, it would confuse them before the bridge goes out. So like they'll be just looking around, going, "What the fuck?" And then suddenly.
How far can you see in a fog cloud? Like, what's the spell say? Like, like you can see enemies, but they can't. Like within 30 feet.
Let's find out.
Because if we have a fog cloud and we're able to make sure people in the city don't see that we blew up the bridge until like it's lifted, that could actually be helpful.
Obscures all vision beyond.
Yeah, obscures all vision beyond 5 feet.
That might be a little. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to see who we're fighting. People can get away.
I could disperse the fog with a gust of wind. I could also try to knock them off the bridge with the gust of wind if the explosion doesn't work for some reason. I can also use the gust of wind to prevent fire if the explosion sparks fire. But it looks like a stone bridge over water, so I assume there won't be a lot of fire.
Well, the bridge. I think what we got to do first before we blow up is we got to inject the tube. we got to fight them for a bit, and then we'll blow it up once, like, so that basically the blowing it up is to keep them separated, and then whoever decides, oh yeah, we're still enemies and doesn't want to listen to reason, they gotta die. We know for two for sure gotta die. The other ones are like, I may have put some doubts in some of the younger generation's heads.
All right. So last question: which one of you guys is going to be the trigger man? Because the way this is going to have to work with the way the explosives are set up is one of you is going to have to go down there, set off one of them, and then that will set off a chain reaction that sets off the others.
Well, we got Gabrielle using Lita's coin thing, so I can just send a message to her and like blow it now.
Okay, so yeah. Gabrielle's the trigger woman.
Yeah, and wait for my signal because we got to make sure they don't die from that before they're injected.
Okay, so
right.
I will go up in the tower so that I have a bit of distance from the actual fighting. So we've decided don't want fog, and I will hold the gust of wind for if we need to knock somebody into the water.
That sounds good.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea.
Well, besides fog, what else can you do? Can you like make it raining so that way? Or wait, no, that might.
I can make a rainstorm or a sleet storm, but again, anything that's going to obscure their vision is also going to affect us.
Okay, yeah.
But it can do many things. I can make a wind wall if we want to separate us from them or separate them from each other, but then again, we would also be separated.
Wait a minute. If we can get Roth and Mosley away from the younger recruits or whoever they bring and put a wall between them, and then also the explosion, then we'd be able to like just deal with the two of them, really.
That is possible, but you guys are going to have to do some finagling to separate them if they do come with a group.
All right, but yeah, I think what we can do is go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you guys manage to separate them, I can cast wind wall as soon as there's. Hold on, how thick is the wind wall?
It's 5 feet wide, but it's 30 feet high.
Okay, so do they need to be 5 feet apart so that I can cast it, or if I cast it sort of between them, will it push them apart?
I think it honestly will push them away if you cast it where they're standing. But like if you want to separate them from another group, there needs to be at least 5 feet of space in between the two of them.
Okay.
But yeah, like if you cast it where they're standing, I have to roll a d20 to see which direction the wind pushes them.
So just let me know. You can send me a telepathic message whenever you want me to cast anything. Also, I will be able to see what's happening. So
yeah. And if not, then we also got like Burchill up on Horus. He'll also be able to see any of our blind spots.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So yeah, me and Anaris, like what I could do is like I could actually just be out in the open. I can confront them. Anaris sticks them while they're focused on me, and then we can actually. All right, let's blow this son of a bitch.
I know not who this Anaris is. I am malediction. Okay.
Hey, Mike, can you attack two people at once or no?
Can I do what?
Can you attack two people at once with sneak attack or no?
The first round is always considered flat-footed for the enemies, so technically I would be dealing sneak attack damage to both of them because flat-footed and sneak attack are the same. So
okay, so
if
you can do it
the
twice.
surprise rounds or the first round of combat, which is surprise technically, then yes, I could sneak attack two people, 14d6 each.
All right, yeah, we just need you to inject them, and like whatever the syringe damage does on top, that'd be good too, and then we can get it started.
All right.
Non-lethal syringe damage.
But yeah, what do you guys think? Should I like while they're all here, and then I just be all mysterious and Batman have their detention like Roth? You're reckoning it, like just be all like, oh, you know, we're come to judge you. Your time's up and stuff. And while they're like, who the hell are you? Stab them.
At that point, you're no longer Batman. You're the Phantasm.
Yeah, well, whatever. Just distraction so that they don't see the kid coming.
All right. So,
what do you guys think of that? Like, get them, like, who is that over there? Go check it. But then again, they might send a younger recruit or something.
They probably would.
All right. So,
they'd be labels.
Does anyone have any other questions before we move on?
Correct. Do I have a part in this plan, or am I just part of the Maxwell plan?
You are part of the Maxwell plan. Okay. Your job is going to be Basically, as soon as Maxwell makes a motion to hurt someone, that's going to drop the sanctuary spell that protects him. And as soon as he loses that protection, you guys are basically just going to pile him.
And you're the biggest muscle we got. Oh, right. Also, I got to give Enzo my the bold strength so that he can actually brand Maxwell.
I mean, if Maxwell is pinned and people are holding him, then like he doesn't need that.
I know, but still, he's it's better to have a +4 to strength. You never know with a cleric.
Roll for luck for me.
Luck.
Yeah, because you did have to spend the most of the night making and planting explosives. You might not have to make that.
19.
Odd number, so no. Unfortunately, you have to forego the bull strength for planting the explosives.
All right, sorry, Enzo.
Good.
All right, so.
But yeah, like before that though, like yay or nay, should I like confront them first, or should we just all attack like from the shadows and then blow up? What do you think, Mike?
Yes.
God damn it. Rowan, Burchill? Burchill and Gabrielle?
Sorry, Rochelle's stealing my identity. What?
Sorry, the only other ones there are Burchill and Gabrielle. Like, what do you think? Just stay sneaky until the time's right, or try to distract them even more and then have Anaris? Why is Nox in charge of this?
Because you're the one who marked Roth for death.
I know, but he's not he's gonna killing.
You choose how you do it.
Yeah, like Burchill got his revenge last session. Now it's your turn to have your revenge.
Alright, fine. Then we're just gonna go sneaky. Don't give them a chance to know what's going on until the midst of battle, and then we can mock them. Like, then we'll tell them who we are. Hey, guess who's back, bitch?
Are they all on foot?
They'll be on foot, yes.
There might be one that we can convince. Oh yeah, stay out of this. Like maybe she'll go. Oh yeah, these guys deserve it. So I give her description to everybody. She's she's got brown hair. She's a witch hunter, young.
Yeah, because you have her description. I will use her token for the map, not an NPC token.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe she'll be able to say, okay, guys, let's leave it to these guys are traitors.
Okay. So, are we all ready for this?
I guess.
All right. Zach,
Anaris,
are you there? I can't actually see you in the shadows.
I was born in the darkness. Loaded.
I was born in it. Molded by it.
I didn't see the light until I was
by that. Who was like, which live action Bane was best? And everyone's just like,
Yeah.
All right.
Of course.
So,
Is that a debate?
There was another live action Bane? What are you talking about?
I'm gonna give you guys a moment to imagine all of your preparations, and Inquisitor Kier and Enzo, Rowan, and Kier's cadre of helpers walking Lita to Temple Isle in Dimeridium manacles and having a gag over her mouth so that she cannot speak, because wizards. Which, by the way, it's also a Dimeridium gag made of metal.
Yeah.
So
good, Charlie.
I do have a hold person mass, so I could, if I successfully cast it on the people who we want to separate or the ones that we want to leave behind, I could make it so they can't move, and then you could startle the two that can move into running forward.
Yeah, I guess we'll play it by ear. What kind of save do they gotta do on that though? Because clerics and paladins have good wisdom scores.
that's a fortitude save, I believe.
Oh, they
It's
got their
will.
party too.
Oh, it's will. Okay. All right. But yeah,
Maybe.
I would like to give you guys a moment to imagine all of your preparation and Lita being led towards Temple Isle by the
music.
Inquisitor.
All those shit.
Is this a montage?
Yes.
Staring over the bridge edge. This bastard finally gets his due.
Yep, right.
Burchill's flying up in the air, majestically.
Oh, I put you guys on the wrong map, an idiot.
Where are we?
There you go.
God, I always forget how fucking cranked out of his gore Udo Kier looks.
I needed a token for Udo Kier. That's what we got.
What is it?
You cannot see.
Aww.
Which, by the way, Jayson, just to briefly explain how I did this so that you can do it for your Star Wars campaign. Pretty much what I did was I opened the tab for the maps, and then you know how all the character portraits are on the bottom? I clicked and dragged those into each individual map. So this way you can see your map, but you can't see the other map.
Yeah, right now, Jayson, we're on a different map than you and Lita.
All right. And while you guys are waiting, you can position yourselves wherever you want. I would also like for you, Grant, to draw a line for where you on this bridge for where you planted the explosives.
Draw a line? What do you take me for, an engineer?
Yes. Well, you had the assistance of an engineer when you did this.
Let's see, what color should I use?
All right. While that is being done, in Maxwell's office, it's like, Inquisitor, what is the meaning of this? Is it the meaning of this, Archbishop? Is my job. I was called into sanctuary to determine whether or not Lady Lita of the House of Ford was a mage. My investigation has borne fruit. Lady Ford is in fact a mage, and I can prove it. Those of you who are in Maxwell's office just watch as this stunned look crosses his face. Like he's kind of twitching a little bit. He's just looking between all of you. Like Lita, he gets to you. His vision lingers. Just seeing you there in handcuffs and a gag is doing something. Then he notices who it is that is in particular is escorting Lita. And Enzo, I hope you have an explanation for this.
With disdain and actually like vile of a look in my face, like as Investigator Keir said, I needed a little help to get the proof I needed. But being so close to someone, you start noticing things you don't want to notice. Things that you may be blinded to because your feelings get in the way.
It's like Inquisitor? Indeed. You should be proud of Enzo Ray DeVoy, Archbishop, for you see, he was instrumental in her capture. He was able to get a confession out of Rowan Lazare, her bodyguard. Feel free to question him if you wish. But not only that. After hearing what Enzo and Rowan had to say, my associate behind me, he points to the elf, and he's like, took it upon herself to look a little bit closer. And this is what we found. You then watch as Inquisitor Kier takes a bag off of his shoulder that he did not have previously yesterday, and tosses it onto the desk in front of Maxwell, upon where it opens and some of its contents fall out. And you notice it, and you notice in the bag is a book, which looks very much like a spell book, a pearl, some sulfur, and a silver mirror, and various other extraneous magic items. These were found under one of Lita's under Lady Ford's floorboards in her room. At this, Maxwell looks over to you, Rowan, and just says, "What?" It's like, "Well?" Say.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? Because
yeah,
life
Maxwell.
stuff getting in the way.
Yeah, Maxwell looks over to you. Maxwell looks over to you, Rowan, since the Inquisitor said that you were part of this, and then just, "Well, what do you have to say for yourself? What brought upon you to confess?"
Well, I'm just thinking about all the innocent people who were escorted to the bits, and just would rather not see them get caught in this upcoming crossfire. So whatever I could help end this quickly.
It's like, the bits. The elves and the bits. That's your reason for why you did this? I thought your lady was supposed to be helping them.
Well, I mean, clearly it's not working too well, is it?
Maxwell falls silent for a moment. And since it appears that nobody is taking it upon themselves to speak, Maxwell is going to stand up from his... Yeah. Maxwell is actually going to stand up from his chair, walk around it for a moment, and I know it looks awkward. I have to put him on top of his desk, but that's the only real way to convey this. But yeah, Maxwell is going to stand up, walk around his desk, and stand directly in front of you, Lita. Upon which he removes your dimeridium gag, and you do not need to roll perception to see his eyes. He does look disbelieving and desperate, and just looking into yours. He just says, "It's like my lady. Is this true? Have you been lying to us this whole time?"
I think Zach's me.
Zach, you're muted.
I say, well, actually, what I just said was, "It's time for me to put on the performance of a lifetime. This is love or perform."
What exactly are you trying to do? You're just trying to lie?
Lita, yeah, she's gonna lie through it and basically like, "You
Then
can't
roll a bluff check.
before I can."
Yeah, before you start speaking, roll a bluff
Oh right,
check.
I could use the fucking Lita. I could use the fucking black dice. I can't use the fucking
Okay.
dragon dice because the dragon dice, they're great for DMing, not great for.
Which, by the way, everyone else, the reason we're starting here with this group is because there's very much a chance they can take Maxwell without a fight. So we're gonna see if that happens first.
But we still need a fight.
Well, you guys will get a fight, but like if they do their job right, they could get Maxwell without one.
We're doomed.
Cuts to 5 minutes later. Everybody's standing around Maxwell's. Maxwell's on the Maxwell just like yeeted out of his window of his office. He's on the ground, dead, 300 feet below. It's just like, I don't know how the hell this. Everybody look at I don't know how the hell this happened.
Yeah, Rowan with glowing eyes and his naked and all. They go, yeah, guys, I have no idea.
Okay, let's see. Rolling bluff. It's a spicy 26.
All right, say whatever it is you're gonna say.
Lita, like, you know you can't believe them. I sure think I've done everything I've stood for, everything. It's lies, nothing but baseless lies. They all are against me. They're all against us. What I believe in. You have to believe me, Maxwell. Everything going on, it's all their fault.
As you're saying this, Maxwell reaches up and just cups your chin and just holds his hand there for a moment. I'm not gonna make you roll a willpower saving throw and level up in his face.
Rowan's kind of thinking of it.
Yeah, Lita just like urge to vomit rising.
It's like, as you finish speaking, Maxwell keeps looking into your eyes for a moment, and then eventually says, "So why have you brought her to? So why have you brought her to me then? If she is a mage, you know what must be done with her." As he says this, he walks over and turns around to look out the window. All three of you who are in the room, roll a perception check.
Jump out the window.
Whee! Here's your exit, Maxwell. Just jumps out.
Well, getting this out of the system nice and early. All right.
Jesus.
But
This is
Dang.
worse on my God.
You guys don't see shit.
Enzo, it's up to you.
you rolled a nat 20.
Not 20 with a 12, that's a 32.
All right, Lita and Rowan, you don't see shit, but like as Enzo, as you watch Maxwell walk over towards the window and look out of it, you see him cross his hands behind his back. One of those hands is clenched in a fist, and his muscles looks very tense. It's very difficult to tell because he's wearing a glove like Maxwell did in Helsing, but yeah, like you can tell. He has a fist and he's clenching it.
Enzo gets up and walks behind him.
Okay.
Quiet, like Lisa's came behind, so it's the quiet steps of. And as I walk up behind her, I whisper to his ear, "The magic looking for is going to get what she deserves in the name of the Creator. I hope this brings you joy, Maxwell."
Yeah.
And he really kills me.
Yes, I'm so happy.
Roll a charisma check.
All right, now this is where the plan goes awry. We're actually betraying Lita.
Well,
Charisma?
Yeah, charisma. Just straight charisma, nothing else.
All right.
I don't know, if the entire party betrayed Lita, I'd be low-key proud.
just like, well, we
Like
stopped
Hondo.
the crazy bitch.
Backstabbers. I'm so proud.
Little rolls coming. I got an 8. With a straight.
You got a what?
An 8.
Okay.
Because it's a +4 from charisma and die rolled 8 or 4.
Okay.
Yeah, say that. He just starts shaking it.
And just
Maxwell. Order her death.
Maxwell doesn't say anything to you, and in fact, even though you're right behind him, he just ignores you and just says, "Inquisitor." Right. So, Lita, as the Inquisitor begins to speak, he slips you something to hold into your hands. Looking down with a quick glance, it's the key to your cuffs. But after he does this, he walks over in this direction where you see this. You see this is basically like a covered shelf, and on the shelf are some very nice bottles of wine. Upon which the Inquisitor takes one of these and starts to pour himself a drink without asking Maxwell. It's like, yeah, yes. As I'm sure as you can understand, Archbishop, while Lady Ford is is unquestionably a mage, she is also a very public figure within this city. Our organization Walpole has done many things to improve the lives of many in this city. Many of them elves, sure, but her deeds are remembered. Not only that, but she has her claws and fingers in many businesses in this city as well. So while a normal protocol for mages is simply to turn them in and interrogate them and then burn them at the stake later, with Lady Ford being as prominent as she is, he takes a moment to take a sip of wine. He's like, I wanted to, at the very least, brings this to your attention and acquire your opinion as to what we should do with her before I make any, let's just say, rash decisions.
Ouch! Oof! My bones.
Inquisitor, should we not just execute the mage as our policies demand? Is it not in our best interest to remove the threat now than to let herself try to worm her way out of this?
Indeed we should, Enzo. Indeed we should. And one way or another, that is what is going to happen. However, as I've said, Lita Ford is a very public figure. She is very well known and very well liked, and we have seen what effect she has had on her own bodyguard. How many others has she affected in a similar way? What kind of public outcry would there be if we simply burnt her at the stake in the public square like normal? And Enzo, because you rolled so well the first time, just like it's because you're standing right behind Maxwell, you can actually see he's trying not to show it on his face, but he is gritting his teeth.
No, Inquisitor, it's not public outcry that to worry about. As I turn to Maxwell, it's private. Maxwell's always had this weird relationship with Lady Ford.
At this, Maxwell's head snaps, turns around to look at you, and he just says with the rage and fury of God in his eyes, "What would you know about it?"
Know about it? I know everything about it, Archbishop. It is the worst kept secret in all Temple Island. You could ask anyone ask them what your feelings of Lady Ford are, your infatuations, your affections, your pining. It is as clear as day to anyone that you have had feelings for this mage for a long time now.
I would venture, in fact, Kira speaks up. Is that with the amount of times that Lady Ford has spent in this city, and the number of times the two of you have been in the same room? How do we not know she has affected you as well? It's like you are Archbishop of the Church of Eternal Fire, yes, and I understand that you are very careful, Maxwell, but we are all only human. Even the best of us make mistakes from time to time. That is what the Eternal Fire teaches, is it not? Is it not? We are human. We make mistakes. Are you willing to admit perhaps that you made one yourself?
I'm gonna say something, but I gotta roll bluff for this because this is the largest lie Lita will ever tell in her life.
All right.
Rowan's just like, well, I'm half elf, so that means I'm half perfect. So.
Rolling bluff. That's a 38.
Okay.
Lita just simply says,
Wait, what? Hold on. I'm doing some math. Okay, go ahead.
Lita says to Maxwell, resisting the urge to projectile vomit across the room, "I love you, Maxwell."
Rowan's just like in his helmet, just like.
Does your husband know?
that night, I guarantee if this goes off without a hitch, Lita's gonna go home tonight like, Hattori, Lita, Hattori, oh, Lita, what's going on? No, shut up.
Bed, now!
Bed,
I need
now!
to have that with something.
Corey, I need you to put this mask on. This mask on.
Just like
Fine.
before you can even speak, Enzo, Maxwell just walks around you, walks back to the front of Lita, just puts his hand around her neck and just says, "You." He's like, "You do you really expect me to believe anything you have to say after everything I have seen and heard today?"
Yes.
He's like, "You." He's like, "You." I had high hopes for you, like Lady Ford. I hope that one day you would become a part of our church. I hope that one day you would use that influence of yours as Lady of the Courts to further our message, our cause as well. Our message is the message of Syria. Our cause is the cause of Syria. You would have been at the forefront of that. Lita, as he's saying this, you feel Maxwell's hands grip on you get tighter and tighter.
Lita checks out. I always wanted to, but I couldn't because of the scandal. Think about what it would do to us. Yeah.
Hey, Lita, roll a contested strength check for me.
Shit. Oh, great. Okay, let's do it. 12.
Would you believe you actually rolled higher than you?
I would hope so.
Everyone in the room, everyone in the room, you watch as Maxwell, as his grip gets tighter and tighter, and still with the fury of God. You can actually see figurative fire burning in his eyes as he's staring directly at you, Lita, as he just, with all of his 7 strength might, just throws you to the floor.
That counts, right?
Yeah,
doesn't it? Yeah.
Yes, that counts. Before that.
Oh no!
Bridge crew.
Alright, what do you guys think of this? Since we have these 4 towers supporting in the middle, if we blow off their access to not only Temple Isle, but also their access to the city, they'll be trapped on here with us.
Now,
if that's the case, should I move Mean Horse to, like, over here so we could just,
You can do it. You can do whatever you want, Ken. But you all watch as.
There he is.
What the? Why is it move? Why is it moving the line? That's not what I wanted.
Did you highlight all?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, don't highlight, because if it's in the area with it, it'll drag any object.
Okay. So yeah.
Yeah,
like,
moving to the other side so we can sandwich them.
All right. So, bridge crew, you see Roth and Mosley begin to approach, along with a cadre of other witch hunters, all of whom look relatively young. Nox. You can see Roth's face. He looks like he has not slept in days.
Good.
So, really quick before we jump back over to Maxwell, as you guys approach, what are you guys doing to prepare?
Well, I gotta give Anaris, she's probably under the bridge climbing. I gotta give them where they're walking right now. It says he's on the left side, and Mosby's on the left.
Considering that Griffin's probably not very inconspicuous, I imagine me and Horse are like on the top of this tower, just lying down as flat as we can.
Horus does understand stealth. He does know how to fly up on unsuspecting prey.
if they look up, they might know it's just a griffin perched on top of the tower.
Okay, so you're perched, ready to go. Anaris, you know where they are. What are you doing?
Preparing.
Move your token.
Move your token to where you are on the map.
So you're probably under the bridge right there, but okay. Mm-hmm. And the red spots are where we're going to blow. We're going to keep them, and like once the bridge blows, they'll be cut off from Temple Isle and the mainland. All this square with just us. She possibly might stand down. I don't know about the other colors of the rainbow.
All right.
In fact, maybe I should give her a heads up then.
Anaris, because you can climb, and because this is the design of the tower bridge, I have to ask: Are you on the bridge or are you up high?
Probably up higher, I guess, right there, maybe.
Okay. It is quite a drop, but not impossible for you. Your time in Night City has led you to do many feats of acrobatics from very high places. So yeah, you could conceivably make this jump. I am, however, going to put this little spider web thing on you to show that you are climbing. Just to keep you distinct from the others. Now, as all of you are so, Lita, you have just been thrown to the floor. That counts. Just for the sake of who is acting first, I need everybody to roll initiative.
Oh noes.
Oh yeah.
And actually, you know what? Let's make this fun. Bridge crew, roll for initiative as well. We're starting combat.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
Quick sec. Need to switch out longer.
That's fine.
He's switching out laundry.
Yeah, I need to roll all initiative for the others.
Well, Charlie goes last. That way we can like spook them and inject them, and then we can blow the bridge.
I'm gonna roll for the NPCs first, and then I'll look at all of yours. Okay. Wow, her initiative is high.
There we go. Is Jackson in the room right now with us, Jayson? Are you sure Jackson isn't that bear behind you that lives in your door? Has Jackson always been a one-eyed, one-horn flying purple people eater?
Wow! Oh dear God, Kier's team rolled really, really well.
I'm just assuming it's the eagle on the wall behind him.
He's got a bear on his door too. I said, sit down.
Give me things, girl. I said, sit down.
I'm in my dad's office, and there's like pictures of my nieces everywhere. Hence the wall as well.
I don't have a single picture of anybody except fictional characters on my wall.
Oh yeah, you can actually see what's on the wall this time because there's no glare coming off the lamp.
Yeah, this is my Godzilla corner. And then over this way, more Godzilla. We got my wall over there above the TV. You see?
Yeah.
And you got that wall over there. And you got that shelf entirely devoted to Godzilla figurines.
I have, you can't see, well...
That's an entire bookshelf, by the way.
If I pick up my computer, the camera would probably fail because the camera is finicky. But, like, in front of me, I have a, like, watercolor Harley Quinn above a Rule 63 Captain and Captain America and the Winter Soldier.
Why?
Why not?
Because?
Ripley with the flamethrower and the Colonial Rifle. Asuka with the eye patch. Wonder Woman as she's walking into the trench. Or coming out of the trench. Aloy, a collage of characters from Welcome to Night Vale. It's Cecil emerging through the door, holding the cat. Jesse and James, Elizabeth talking to the songbird in a cage. I have a portrait of Vincent Price because. My Viridian Forest poster from the Pokemon Park Service. My Sanderson sisters, my giant portrait of Luna from Hell of a Boss in a 1960s flapper girl dress.
You got Captain America shield?
No, but I do have Gerudo Link.
Dear God.
Next to the Phoenix. Then 3 random anime girls swimsuits. My Morgan Joe Mad Max Fury Road poster.
Oh, is that the same one I got?
Yeah, where it's like Immortan Joe and he's like the sand is coming out of his mouth.
Ah, no, I don't have that one. I just got the full frontal face of him.
Yeah. Tifa.
Mawafu.
I forget the name of Makoto's sister from.
Enzo, what did you roll for initiative?
Let me do that for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Makoto's sister from Persona 5 in her gambler outfit.
Also, Burchill, what did you roll for initiative?
500.
I know Jayson brought something. What is it? Is it Jackson?
Oh, nice. And then I have my Astolfo Chinese style print, or Japanese and Chinese style print, in front of my Astolfo figure. And then...
But did you see my entire bookshelf full of Godzilla stuff?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make that clear.
I also have random Lego minifigures and Funko Pops on my desk. I have Fade Routha from David Lynch's Dune, Paul Atreides from David Lynch's Dune, the new Paul Atreides from the new Dune, Tron, and then Pikachu. And I also have Howard the Duck in a battle mech.
Well, along this wall, I have my the dark stuff over here. I got Slender Man, I got the Predator and Alien fighting, Darth Vader fighting aliens. I got the row of Ash. I've got He-Man and Skeletor badass up there. Then I got my Dark Souls and Bloodborne wall, and then Pyramid Head taking up the majority of it. And then JoJo poster, because that's the only place where it fit.
I guess not impressive as an entire bookshelf of Godzilla. I have a Nightmare Before Christmas corner.
Nice.
I also have this on my desk. It is a solid glass mushroom that my dad made.
Eat it!
Back when he did, when he hand-blown glass art.
Eat it!
He wants to prove that these things don't break, bounced it off of asphalt.
Now eat it.
Yeah. I also have a mini
Don't make
mushroom.
Zach eat the forbidden shiitake.
Yeah.
Well, it might grow larger. We don't know.
Because when I was a little kid, I was obsessed with Godzilla. I had my own parody. I have my own parody of Godzilla, Dogzilla.
Oh, the book?
Inspired by the book. But I wanted Dogzilla to have more enemies, so I invented a few, including King Snakedra, the 3-headed flying snake. And I told my dad about this, and my dad, because he was making hand-blown glass, he was bored and had 5 minutes, he made a 3-headed flying snake.
Nice. Yeah, I remember the Dogzilla book. There was also Cat Kong.
Cat Kong.
I have both of those.
Remember the teacher from the Black Lagoon books?
Yeah.
The one where they have all the rumors about the teacher, and then the gym teacher, and then also the lunch lady, and they're like, oh, all these horrible rumors, and they show them as monsters until they see them at the end.
They're like normal people.
Yeah, there was always one of those books at the Scholastic Book Fair. I wonder how many they made.
Is that the series that's every time or something we just don't ride bikes or some bullshit?
I don't know about that one.
I vaguely remember those.
I don't know. It was a series that I never read, only ever saw, and then years later, some covers made the rounds on Tumblr where people just retell series of children gawk at flaming homosexuals.
I also have this sitting on my desk.
What's that? Oh, nice.
Well, now it's gone forever.
You live. You die.
Well, actually,
Now it's gone forever. Thanks, Ken.
mine isn't from that.
Stop!
Mine isn't from that.
Yeah, yours is from the original, isn't it?
Yes, mine is the Tommy Lee Jones.
Well, I got the, what's his face? Aaron, whatever.
Aaron Eckhart.
Eckhart, yeah.
I don't have a two-faced coin. All I have is a natural silver dollar.
Nice.
I got a few stashed somewhere in my coin collection, wherever that is in my room.
I can't find my actual D2 because my D2 is actually a $1 Australian is an Australian dollar, which an Australian dollar weighs about. It's heavy. If you had a sock full of Australian dollars, you could kill someone.
All right. Are we ready, everybody?
Okay.
I suppose.
Just for a joke, Australia, even where the money could kill you.
Guys,
Yes.
Australia's not real.
Australia's not real, like Sasquatch, Christian
Everyone?
Slayer,
Mm-hmm.
and the Boogeyman.
Exactly.
Everyone, here is your music.
But we're deaf.
We begin in Maxwell's office, where it is the assassin's turn. Lita,
Who?
as soon as you were, well, not Lita. I'm just gonna say, as soon as you were thrown to the floor, like Enzo and Rowan, you get ready to go. But before you do, you watch as this Mortal Kombat elf woman covered in knives just basically jumps higher than her own height, does a flip, it touches her feet to the ceiling, and then sticks to it like Anaris. Whereupon no, she is not a cat. She just has an item that allows you that. Whereupon she is going to take one of the knives from her belt, and she is going to throw it at Maxwell.
Why are we killing him?
Let's see. So that is
Any TikTok ads.
okay. Yeah, like that definitely hits. So now I need to roll sneak attack. So in total, this is 8d6.
All right.
If I'm reading this correctly.
Level 15.
Holy crap! This she's gone off the handle. She was a traitor all along. Wait a minute, she's an elf, right?
Yeah, she's an elf.
What if she is a traitor?
I mean, that would be funny.
I know, but that kind of defeats the purpose of what we were doing.
Wearing cleats? Who wears cleats to an assassination attempt?
Okay. Oh, that is going. So that is going to do 30 points of damage. And let's see what flavor of pain would she like to inflict upon Maxwell? Let's see.
Peppermint.
Let's see. We have Black Lotus extract, Bloodleaf residue, Fiddleback venom, Hag spit, Jackalroot acid, Ling's tears.
What is the Drukari?
Is it October yet? Maybe we could go for pumpkin spice.
Okay. Hold on.
I didn't know Nox was a white woman.
You don't like to go on the weekends?
Let's see.
No, Nox isn't a white woman. He says, I was born a poor black child.
Okay, so she is going to use Lang's tears, which requires a DC 18 Fortitude saving throw to resist. Let's see, where is Maxwell's character sheet?
It's over there.
Here it is. Okay, Fortitude. There we go. DC is 18. He rolled a natural 20, so he manages to resist the effect of the poison.
I told you should have gone with spice.
Mm-hmm. So while still on the ceiling, the half-elf assassin is going to run over into this corner here, and she is going to use one of her actions to hide. Yeah, with her stealth, you guys no longer see her. It is now Inquisitor Kier's turn. As you guys watch as the second Maxwell threw Lita, he just tosses the fancy glass of wine aside such that it breaks, reaches into his bag and downs something. You don't really see this, but you watch as soon as he downs this whatever liquid it was, his pupils suddenly shrink to pinpricks, and his senses and his reflexes become enhanced as he just goes, oh, this is going to be so much fun. As he draws a pair of pistols from his belt, and he is going to shoot them both at Maxwell.
Wait.
Oh god, he took turbo.
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Turbo.
Didn't he want to take him alive?
He did, but you still have to apprehend him first.
You
He's
don't
still
need your
conscious.
kneecaps to live.
Hey. All right.
In theory.
So saith Robert Burchill.
All right.
It's time for Burchill's words of wisdom. You don't need kneecaps to live.
Burchill says.
I mean, Burchill did cripple his father-in-law literally 2 days ago in time of campaign.
Oh, Burchill Sky, what is your wisdom? If your father-in-law is giving you a bad time, break his spine.
Okay, both of those hits. So what? So that's 2 pistols. That's a D8 of damage each. Okay, does he get any bonuses for this? Oh, he can do that. Let me just read how this works.
He's gun. It go, you point, you shoot. That's how it works.
Sorry, these are all classes I don't normally use. I was just sitting on them until they got to a fight.
The Inquisitor's class is drugged up cowboy.
As you do.
Arthur, you don't understand. We gotta take the drugs in order to shoot the Driscolls. I don't know, Dutch. I'm trying to go straight.
Okay, so his second shot is normal. It is going to do 2 damage. However, his first, he is going to use a judgment, which allows him to gain 3 additional points of damage for every 3 Inquisitor levels he possesses. So that is an extra 15 points of damage, and so 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 15 is 19. Okay, and because the potion he took was a haste potion, he is going to use rapid reload to spin both of his guns on his fingers, reload, and fire again.
Maybe I should look into making those.
And he actually rolled really well. In total, that is another 15 points of damage. All right. It is now the half ogre's turn. Just like Lita. Okay, Lita. Just for the sake of this, I'm gonna put you over here since he threw you. You watch as this big, beefy half ogre motherfucker of a man runs up and just clock Maxwell right in the face, straight across the jaw. Well, ordinarily those wouldn't hit, but Maxwell is an office worker and he has low AC, and thanks to his bonuses, both of those punches do hit. Actually, he gets one more, and that's a natural 20. Where's the half ogre?
All I did was wiggle and throw her. What the fuck, guys?
Okay.
They don't have rights yet.
Where's the damn? These are all, like I said, these are all classes I don't normally use, so I have to keep
But yeah,
looking up
think about
their
that.
abilities as
Like, all he did was throw her, and then all of a sudden, like, people he thought was on his side, well, stabbed, shot, and now punched. Like, what the fuck?
Rowan's just standing there like, whoa.
He's got to be so confused at this moment. Like, I thought we were all friends.
Okay, so in total, that is 20 points of damage to Maxwell, and he is going to spend a key point to do Stunning Strike.
Key? This ogre's a fucking monk?
Yes, that's how we knocked out Gate.
Oh, that makes more sense now.
Okay, I just need to look up the DC. I just need to look up the DC for his Stunning Strike.
Oh my god, can you imagine a friggin' half-ogre like Naruto running up a wall?
This guy can do that.
That's terrifying.
God damn it.
What are you doing in my swamp, Sasuke?
It looks like God is giving Maxwell the strength to resist, as he is able to resist the effect of the Stunning Strike. Enzo, it is now your turn.
I gotta look that up now.
Maxwell is right next to you. He just got a knife thrown into his chest. He's got the shit beat out of him by a half-ogre. He's been shot, and now it's on you.
He doesn't look bloodied at all, correct? He looks pretty good.
Pretty good, but he just got punched in the face by a half-ogre. Make of that what you will.
And stabbed and shot.
Yeah, and stabbed and shot.
Alright, and then you'll have to remind me here. Is there a save associated with my little artifact?
No, you just have to hit them.
Alright. Time to play rollies.
There it is, I found it.
Which, by the way, guys, I was genuinely afraid if you guys ever had to fight the Inquisitor and his troop, because they got some really powerful shit.
And we can kill him.
Can you kill a half-ogre monk?
Yes, with the fire.
I
Sneak
mean,
attack him. Kill
I
him.
mean, if we do, then we could give Anaris the cleat of sealing walk.
That's how being able to breathe underwater.
Oh my god.
John,
Yeah?
You didn't have a hatred in your heart.
Greg's laughing. What'd you say, Temme?
first attack's a 21.
Oh, so you're just attacking him?
I'm walking over to him, and because of my super quick draw ability, I basically take out the stamp, and I immediately just go for his forehead.
Ooh.
You're going for the forehead, and what'd you roll, a 21?
Yeah.
They watch it.
Okay, now that hits. Now, for flavor, what is the command word you use to activate this? And for roll purposes, what do you do as you walk over and do this to him?
Because I got the set a command word, right?
Yeah, you can pick your own command word.
Shapoopy.
Where is it? Castigate.
Alright. Roll 1d6 for the amount of damage that you do, and Maxwell is now no longer able to cast spells. I spent days looking over all the cleric spells to give him the perfect ways to counter all of you guys, and you nullify all of them!
Yeah,
it's a 5. But as as I take a stance, I basically just slam him down like backwards onto his desk, and I say castigate. I'm like, you will no longer feel the Creator's blessing.
It's like that for the first time ever since you've met him, Enzo. As you hold him against his desk and rent his forehead with this, you look into his eyes and you can see genuine fear. He knows fully well what you just did to him. Now, Lita, it is now your turn. It will take an action to remove your handcuffs.
All right.
Also, it will take half your movement to stand up.
That's fine. It's in a enclosed space.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. What is my movement?
You disappeared. Where'd you go?
I'm right there.
Yeah, you moved underneath Rowan.
Yeah, I know. Well, I moved myself under him.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
What is my movement?
Your movement should be 30 feet. Standing up takes half, so you have 15 more feet of movement.
Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
He's like up against his desk, right?
And Enzo has grabbed him, has pinned him to his desk, and is currently like pushing the brand of the heretic against his forehead.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If they came to
Wow.
beg, they will be sorely disappointed.
Well, I'm not armed other than A and B. So, what we do? What are we gonna do? Actually, technically I am holy.
Technically you are.
Hold on, I gotta look this up.
And technically, lava is a liquid.
It's like
how can it be a liquid? Oh, wet.
Mm-hmm.
Can I use this like a willpower saving throw starting at 2 turns? No, that's not it. I haven't used this in a while. Sorry. This is kind of great. Okay, I think he has to make a willpower saving throw.
What are you trying to do?
Crushing Despair.
You're casting a spell.
I could try and cast a spell if it. We never established. Will that work here? Because I'm technically a holy creature.
Right, yeah.
Do you want to try it? The only way is to try and find out.
But it's part of your bardic spells, though, not in your inherent.
Yeah, that's
celestial.
the thing. It's a bardic spell, but you're a celestial being. So, like, do you want to find out whether or not that's going to work? Also, you're wearing Dimeridium handcuffs, so unless you take them off, you can't use any magic.
Right.
I used an action to take them off. Remember, you said one action, half
Okay.
a move to stand up, one action to take off my cuffs, which I did.
Okay. So then, yeah, you can cast a spell. Go right ahead.
Well, you're gonna waste a spell slot.
I mean, yeah, you're gonna waste a spell slot, and you have no idea if it will work, but you can try.
He is like currently like standing on the ground, like he is like on like his back, right on the desk, looking up, right.
He's on his back at Enzo's mercy as he's just pushing this brand into his forehead.
I now know how to fuck with him.
How?
Hey Enzo.
How are you doing so many things?
I'm not.
Yeah, he's not. It's just taking a long time to.
I used one. I'm looking because we never established if I can actually use magic on the island.
But well, they never establish it because they have no idea.
Yeah, I get 2 actions. Half
Yeah.
my movement to stand up, 1 action to take off the handcuffs.
Yeah, and yeah, spells are simply waving your hands and speaking, so I'm allowing you to use one.
I'm not using a spell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm going to use my one little bit of movement that I've got left.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to stand on the desk above Maxwell.
All right. What? What do you do once you're on the desk?
I take out my wings.
There goes another dress.
Look down at him, and just kind of go, God hates you, Archbishop. God really fucking hates you.
Roll an intimidate check.
You're gonna be the second dude I made shit themselves in this game.
Convince the dead skull that there was no God.
This is a man of God, and you just put the literal fear of God into him.
Yeah, remember when we resurrected the one priest into a skull and then convinced him that there was no afterlife, even though we pulled him out of the afterlife?
30. That's a 30.
This is a do not be afraid moment for Lita.
Only the exact opposite.
Afraid.
Be afraid! Be very afraid!
Alright, is that everything you're doing?
Yeah, I just look down and just kind of, because I'm gonna, like, if he doesn't move, I'm gonna stab the shit out of him.
He's not moving. Enzo has him pinned.
Yeah. That's all I'm gonna do, because I think after this point, we just slap the Dimeridium handcuffs on him, and we're good.
Okay, so that is your turn, and, like, Maxwell is very confused and very, very much afraid. So yeah, there's that. Rowan, now your turn. Maxwell rolled last.
He's pinned and terrified.
Uh-huh.
What was our exit strategy?
You do not have one, but you're sure the Inquisitor will have something.
Who's high on heroin right now?
Yeah, he's high on haste.
Then what's he snorting in the corner?
He just drank some Whipple!
Oh no, now he's eating crack.
Rowan's gonna go around to his desk and start rummaging through his drawers.
Roll a profession check to see if you can find anything interesting.
As Rowan goes over, he's kind of like moving aside, like ducks under Lita's wing. Excuse me.
Yeah. So roll a profession check to see if you find anything interesting.
It's nothing but crude drawings of Lita and oh god.
It's the notebook from American
Why is she a mouse in this one?
Oh,
Well, you do not find any crude drawings of Lita.
Thank
However, in the bottom drawer of his desk, you do find a false bottom, and pulling up the false bottom, you see a black book that is labeled "The Book of Violent Erotica."
What?
Oh, he's got heresy! He's got heretical texts!
That's been a running theme.
Have you been reading heresy recently? Unacceptable.
Rowan just looks at the book, looks at him.
It's porn, Jayson. It's porn.
I looks at him like.
You do, however, find a bunch of important church documents that you cannot make heads or tails of. You're going to need to take a closer look at them later.
They look important.
Yeah, they look important, but you're going to need to look at them later.
I open the book, put them in, close it in the book.
It's a pretty thick book, by the way. It's like this thick.
Why? I'm not surprised.
Just make sure none of the pages are sticking together.
Oh god.
Thankfully, they're not. It is now Maxwell's turn. Now, originally, I was going to Maxwell turn into a fire elemental like Enzo does. However, Enzo cut off his ability to do that. So, yeah, he can't.
Good job, Enzo.
Actually, what does he have?
I don't think he was gonna be able to turn into a fire elemental no matter what happened.
Yeah.
Also, Iceman right here.
Counter spell exists.
Yep.
Also, this is that's what you're looking through, Jayson.
Well, okay, first of all, I'm not looking through it. Rowan just sees the title and goes, oh.
There is no exit.
Alright, so. Hold on.
Lita also has a copy of this book, except she has a copy of this book because she doesn't believe books should be burned.
It's literally just Patrick Bateman's drawings. Why are you keeping that?
Okay, so Maxwell is is first going to he's going to reach down for something that was hidden on his person, and he's going to pull out a dagger and try to stab Enzo in the side with it because Enzo is currently pinning him.
Wrong lever.
Let's see. That is a natural 19 to hit. What's his base attack? Oh, his base attack is shit. So natural 19. So, Enzo, what's your armor class?
You hit.
Okay. So, I need you to roll a Fortitude saving throw for me.
Oh no! Not my best saving throw.
Darn it.
Does a 20 work?
20 is actually exactly what you needed. So you do not suffer from the effect of this dagger. However, you do take 2 damage from getting stabbed in the ribs. Maxwell is going to then use his second action to try to push you off of him. So this would technically be a contested grapple check. So I need you to roll a strength check for me, and he's going to roll well.
Does a 20 work?
Yeah, with his -2 strength, yeah, it does. So like he's going to use his last action to try again.
Can you do more than one grapple check in a turn though?
It's not. It's more of a shove than a grapple. What you're doing is like trying to stay put.
But yeah, you're on top of him.
Yeah, you're on top. But yeah, roll another strength check for me.
Yeah, well, there's that. There it is. That's an 11.
He actually beats you this time, as you don't really move like any significant direction away from him, but he is able to like push you up off of him so that he can stand up as you all look and see the brand of the heretic emblazoned on his forehead as he just looks around. You Inquisitor, what is this? What is this heresy? That is Maxwell's turn because he cannot do anything else because he is surrounded. Bridge crew.
Oh no.
We cut to you guys. So, Anaris, you are up first. And I will give you this because of your interactions with Nox and the party prior. You know that this guy right here is Roth.
Inject him to the go to hell juice.
Yeah.
Guy on the left. This guy.
Yeah, the guy on the left. The guy played by crap. What's his name? Mark Strong.
Which one? There's 2 guys.
This guy right here. This one right here. Right in the middle.
This one. Yeah, the guy played by Mark Strong from Stardust.
There are 2 people.
The one clothing guy right here. This guy.
This guy.
Yeah, closer to the green guy, the one on the left.
Okay. So,
okay, you are literally pointing here.
So on our screen, that's just an empty space.
You are literally pointing here.
What?
There's an empty space.
What? Really?
There are 2 people.
One
here, one here.
That's weird. On my screen, it's got like he's in this space and there's not another person there.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Mike, which map are you on?
The bridge.
I'm on the map you put me on.
He's probably maybe you got to refresh because like I see, I'm seeing something different than what he's seeing apparently.
Yeah, try to refresh because according to my screen, it says you are on the bridge.
But like I think he's seeing the tokens in a different arrangement than I'm seeing them.
No. He's gonna show you what he's seeing.
And because you put me here now.
Yeah, the guy that's on the left closest to the green guy, I said. So yeah,
the
one on the left closest to the green guy.
On the left.
One of them's a woman.
The guy that has just his face, or the one that has face and armor?
The face, the one that's got the red line over his face, because the other one was a woman.
You kept pinging, like, in between both of them. So
sorry.
Oh.
Sorry about that. That was our fault.
Yeah, I was in maybe that's why.
But yeah, the guy you drew on, that's Roth.
Okay, so since I'm waiting till the bridge is blowing, I'm just gonna hold my action.
Okay,
Right
do you want to move or do you want to stay where you are?
I'll probably stay where I am right there.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
Nox, it is now your turn then.
Well, I'm gonna... Where am I? I'm right next to her, right? Aren't I? Yeah, I'm right next to Gabrielle, so I won't have to waste. I'll just say, as soon as you're ready, blow it. And I'm going to send a message to her.
Yeah.
I'm going to basically tell her, Roth and Mosley's time have come. Stay out of the way. The reckoning is at hand.
You don't get a response back. Roll perception.
36 if it's sight.
It is sight. Looking out at the bridge, you don't get a response, although you do see a reaction from Tamara as she does start to look around the bridge. You actually watch as Roth notices this, and he just looks over and says, Tamara, what is it? Nothing. It's nothing. Sir. Okay.
Good.
So,
But yeah, before I sent that, I gave instructions to Gabrielle to blow it when it's her turn, and that's all I really can do because I'm not attacking.
all right. So it is now Roth's turn, and the witch hunters technically follow him. So, as far as they are aware, nothing has really happened. So they are just going to continue onwards. Like, how far ahead of them can they move? Okay, so yeah. So yeah, as a group, they are just going to continue on ahead 30 feet. So we'll put them about right there. And that is their turn. Mosley technically goes later, but like as far as they're aware, nothing's changed. Gabrielle, it is now your turn.
Remember.
I'm gonna blow things up. Do I need to roll anything?
No. You just need to declare that you are blowing things up. I'll say for flavor, you use the staff and use a light gust of wind. Don't worry, you don't have to expend a charge for this. But yeah, you use the staff and use a slight gust of wind to light the charge. As Nox, you made these explosives. Describe for the party. Actually, no. I'm sorry. Before we get to this, I forgot. Burchill, you technically go before Gabrielle.
Whoops.
We'll get back to you, Gabrielle, in a minute. But yeah, Burchill, what do you do?
I'm waiting for the bird to blow.
Okay, so all right. So now, Nox, describe to the party how this bridge goes up, because these are your explosives.
Okay, so not quite bridge over River Kwai, but this section goes like in a line, like, and at the same time, this one at the top goes like a string down the line. The concrete and everything else is going up in the air, falling into the ocean. And it's going to leave us with the four pillars in the middle supporting this landmass, cut off from both directions. But it's going to be
right.
It's going to be rocking all of us, too.
So yeah, because of how powerful all of these are, I actually need every single one of you to roll a reflex saving throw or be knocked prone. The same goes for all the witch hunters.
Hooray!
Both Roth and Mosley fail.
Is reflex just dex, and do I need to roll because I'm up in the tower?
Yes, you do, because this shook the entire bridge.
Reflex, that's been a while to use that.
All right, so you are prone. You are prone. Tamara is not prone, but Green is. Let's see. Red and blue are prone. Let's see. Orange is prone, but purple is not. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna roll for Horace as well, Ken. Oh, yeah, Horace is fine. Every single one of you is actually fine. Yeah, you are not knocked. None of you are knocked prone. However, the 2 sections of the bridge, gone. The witch hunters in the center all fall prone as they start to look around, going, the fuck, what happened?
Get him, Anaris.
And that was Mosley's turn, but I used his already. Now it's Mosley's turn, but I used his already to move forward because they were unaware at the time. We'll get back to you guys.
Wait a minute, Gabrielle, where'd you get that Anonymous mask?
It's a Guy Fawkes mask, but...
But yeah,
Fox doesn't exist in this world.
So they got blasted back 30 feet, it looks like.
Okay, so... First off is the Elf Assassin's turn. And after Maxwell finishes speaking, from somewhere... Actually, I don't need to roll for this. Oh, shit, yeah! From somewhere in the room, you don't really see where, as soon as Maxwell stands up and finishes saying, "What is this?" So, suddenly just a dagger comes out of nowhere. It's like, goes right next to his face and into his desk. Like, almost... Like, it doesn't hit him, but it came dangerously close, almost as if they missed on purpose.
Next time I won't miss.
Mm-hmm. And at this, the Inquisitor is just going to... The Inquisitor is going to very calmly just walk on up, point one of his guns at Maxwell's head, and say, Archbishop Dominic Maxwell of Sanctuary, you are under arrest for crimes of high treason and conspiracy against the Church.
In terrible taste.
It is now the half ogre's turn, as Kira is going to hold his action for something else. Actually, no, he can't, because he gave this to Lita. But yes, now is the half ogre's turn, as he's a half ogre. He has a strength of 24. So
jeez.
So him already being in front of Maxwell, he is just going to grab him by his whole torso and just pin him to his desk and keep him there with one hand. And Maxwell is now restrained. Enzo, it is your turn. What do you do?
You're on mute.
All I'm gonna do is, as he's restrained and slowly being walked out of here, I'm gonna lean into his ear and whisper, "You're useless." What?
Go ahead.
You're useless from a bygone era. While you rot, I will go ahead and leave this church to new heights without you. Now let me go and join my angel. Goodbye, Maxwell. And I whisper that directly into his ear and his ear alone. And I go and walk over to these people.
Okay. Actually, I should probably get rid of this, because I'm not going to use it. Alright, so... Enzo, that was your turn. Lita, it is now your turn. You may have removed the Diameridium cuffs, but they are still technically in your possession if you want to put those on him. He is restrained, so it won't. So you won't have. He is restrained, so he won't be able to resist if you cuff him.
Should I tell that to the rest of the group, Jayson?
Sure.
I was just telling Jayson when the half ogre pinned him on the desk, I had a messed up image in my head. There's just a random pinball table in the room, and he puts him on that instead.
Unfortunately, Maxwell is not a fan of pinball. But yeah, Lita, it is your turn, and you're muted.
Oh, fortunately.
Yeah, no, I'm going to pin him. I'm going to, as he's pinned, I'm going to grab the handcuffs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to cuff his hands behind his back if I'm able to.
You're not at first, but you're trying to do. I'll say the half ogre just like picks Maxwell up so that you can do that.
Excellent. And as Lita proceeds to do this, she makes sure they're extra tight. And I'm going to...
They're metal cuffs. You don't really get a choice for that, but they're still uncomfortable.
I lean in close to his... And I say to him, I imagine like Enzo says the one thing into his one ear, I say it to the other ear. This into his other ear. And it's doing a thing.
Okay.
Lita leans in and whispers into his ear, I hate you. I despise you. Oh, shit. My internet's acting weird.
Well, tell it to stop.
I'm just going to type it out.
Okay.
Okay, Lita says,
Go ahead.
I hate you. I despise you. From the moment I saw you speak to the moment I walked in here, I have resisted the urge to vomit in your presence. I wouldn't fuck you if you were the last man on Earth and we were the only hope of saving the species.
That roll emotional damage. You don't need to roll the hit. You said it. Just roll a d8 just for hilarity. Roll a d8 for emotional damage.
6.
Yeah, that's not a physical wound, so he's damaged per se, but that hurt. That hurt more than the punches by the half ogre.
And Lita, in her turn, Lita says, "Now, if you excuse me, I'm going to go join the real leader of this church." And I walk over to where Enzo is standing.
It'd be funnier if we walked next to Rowan.
Speaking of
Oh, hell no.
Speaking of Rowan, it is now your turn. What are you gonna do?
Police brutality. Police brutality.
Nobody's watching.
Remember, you take the phone book to him, it doesn't leave a mark. You know what you have to do, Jayson. You just get some ice and put it on top of your keyboard.
Oh, yeah, that totally works. All right. Rowan sees all this going down. I'll get the door.
All right.
I'm assuming this is the door?
Yeah, that's the door.
Rowan kind of opens it and like peeks out.
You do not see any there, though. You do know there are people here. You saw them when they walked in, but nobody's coming.
Because the elves have killed them all.
All right. It is now Maxwell's turn. However, he is restrained and in dimeridium cuffs, so he cannot do anything. He just says like, "You." He actually looks over to you, Lita, and he is now shaking. He's like, "You. What are you? What are you?"
I'm an angel of God, and God hates you.
Maxwell crew, I would like to congratulate you. You have successfully managed to apprehend Dominic Maxwell without this turning into a much bigger fight.
Now it turns into an escort mission.
Yeah.
Well, you guys know, I want my MVP medal to be like really, really like symmetrical.
Okay. Your part in this combat is now technically over. It's like, so I'm sorry if it seems like this was really short, but you guys should be very, very proud. You managed to pin Maxwell, remove his magic, and get him restrained before he had a chance to really do anything.
Good job, Enzo.
So yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if it seems as if you guys aren't going to be able to do much for the rest of this session, but take that as an accomplishment. You did what I thought you guys couldn't do.
I don't think you should apologize for us being inefficient.
Okay.
Yeah, we apologize for being too good.
Okay, so with that said, we are now going to cut back over to the bridge crew, where the actual fight has commenced.
Mike!
Anaris, it is your turn.
He's getting laundry, so he'll be back in just a moment.
Damn it, Anaris, why did you put a load in while we were on a mission?
Well, while he's getting laundry, I'm going to use the restroom really quick.
Alright, bathroom break. And... Alright, so Anaris moved up, sorry. There we go.
Yeah, Anaris moved up, so now Nox, it is your turn. The bridge has been blown.
The bridge has been blown. I look over. What's Irvine doing?
Ermine? It is not Ermine's turn yet, because I forgot to roll for her for initiative. Okay, I know where she is on the initiative order.
Alright, so... Yeah, I can reach that. Alright, so is, she's going after Roth, but is Mosley on the ground?
Ermine's going after Mosley, and yes, both Roth and Mosley are on the ground.
Well, if Anaris can't get there in time, I'm gonna... What I could do is throw a smoke bomb. That way, like, Anaris can sneak up even easier. What do you think, Mike?
I don't know. What do you want to do? We can't talk to each other right there.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see, what do they got? Let's see.
The action as you would in the game.
Okay, so yeah, it'll cover all of them in smoke. I'll do that to give it more cover. And then I'm going making my way downtown a little there. So yeah, I'm going to throw a smoke bomb and...
Alright, what's the radius?
20 feet.
Okay, so let's use light blue.
And let's make it I could, well, wait. No, smoke bomb and plague bombs are different. Okay, yeah, just smoke.
Okay, I'm gonna change the color of this.
And I'm gonna throw it right here.
Alright, so they are now covered in smoke, and they cannot see.
Yeah, I'm hoping they'll like disperse and get out of it and then run right to Anaris.
Actually, just for the sake of this, it's not going to difficult DC. Roll to hit, just to see if it goes where you want it to.
Okay.
You're not hitting a person, but I still need you to roll.
Yeah. That'll be, for the... God damn it, math. 29.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You get it where you want to go.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna put that in there, and then I'm gonna send another message to her and say, back off of them before it's too late.
All right, we shall see what she does on her turn. Are you gonna move, or is that your turn?
Well, do these pillars connect at all, or no?
The pillars, yeah, they connect on the surface.
So like here, there's a bridge this way?
Yeah, you can go right there if you want.
Okay, yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I can move that far. What is it, 30?
I couldn't really figure out a way to portray that on the map, but yeah, there's an upper level that you can go on right there.
All right, so yeah, I'll get just so I'm a little closer for whenever things go down. I warned her. I threw the smoke bomb, and I'm just looking at the others. I'm like, well.
All right, it is now Roth's turn. Roth, the very first thing, he is going to stand up, which takes half of his movement, and then he is going to draw his sword from his back, which is a big two-ended sword like Rowan uses, and then he's going to shout, it's like, Turtle maneuver! They're trying to surround us! and he is going to use the what's that action called? Like defend.
I don't know what's in this class. I don't know what paladins do.
Well, it's not a class thing. It's just something you can do where it's just like he's gonna take the dodge action. That's what it is. So yeah, he's going to do that, and he's not going to move, but he has given a command to the other witch hunters, as it is now their turn. You can't really see this from within the smoke, but all of these guys are going to stand up. What the?
Did John just freeze?
No, I'm good. So all these guys are going to stand up, and they are actually going to form a protective shell
God damn it.
around their leaders.
Stupid lemmings.
Yeah.
Well, at least they're not protected against Anaris.
Yeah, and yeah, they are all going to take the dodge action as well, as they are now prepared for anything. Burchill, it is now your turn, and Tamara is going to go at the same time as you are. Now, Burchill, you can do whatever you want, but Tamara, Tamara is going to. Let's see, how fast can she go?
Run away!
Yeah, she's actually going to go towards this tower right here, and that's as far as she can get, as she just runs out of the smoke. Burchill, you're up.
Woohoo!
Okay. Then sell for a horse, because I'll be on him.
Can't you move them? I'll make it so you can. I'll make it so you can move him. That was my fault. Control. Okay.
No, I mean I can move horse, but it's awkward to move both, and I can't. And Burchill's token ends up going under horse instead of the other way around.
Oh, there's a way to solve that, John. Copy and paste Burchill's token, and then it'll be on top. That new token will be able to be on top of.
Okay. Paste.
There you
like
go.
That?
Mm-hmm. And then just delete the other one.
Okay. Okay. Let me just make sure that. Yeah. It still is controlled by Yukin. So yeah, you should be able to move both of them.
Let's do about. Yeah, let's. Okay, so at this angle, while above the ocean, we're just going to take out the beat scorpion, and I'm going to fire it at the purple witch hunter.
All right, you can't exactly see him because of the smoke, but you can still roll to hit.
Okay, but well, I guess I'm firing at the smoke's general direction then.
Wait, can't he see him since he's from above?
He kinda, but there's still smoke obscuring his vision, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But the good news is they can't see you either.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude, imagine from their point of view if you hit and just reel him into the sky.
So yeah, roll to hit, Ken.
Yeah, I'm just trying. See what my base attack bonus is again. Let's see. Does a 22 hit him?
Okay. I need to roll something because according to the rules here, it says your attacks have a 50% chance to miss, which this one does not. So yes, you do manage to hit the purple one.
I'm fishing, so reeling him in.
Okay, first roll for damage because you did just hit him with a harpoon.
Okay, yeah. Let's go back down. What's the damage on this thing? That's 4 damage.
Okay. Okay. So you do 4 damage to him, and you're trying to reel him in.
And it says I can use horse's strength to do this.
So yes, this is a contested strength check, and you can use horse's strength for this since you're on him. So roll a strength check.
What's horse's strength bonus?
Let's see. He has the strength of a griffin, so let's find out.
And Antol.
Yeah, you got Antol too, but that's for carrying things for stuff like this. Yeah, Horace has a strength of 16, which is a +4.
Yeah, that's definitely better than Burchill's 12.
So yeah, roll a d20 and +4.
14.
Yeah. Yes. You reel him in. So, it's. I'm gonna say for this, because he's trying to resist, you can reel him 15 feet closer towards you. But okay, you know what? You know what? So what you do, because you're in the air, is like you pull him out to here. However, it's kind of deceiving what's actually going on, because he is now in the air. So yes, the perp guy has been grappled by Burchill, and he is now airborne as Burchill is just flying around with him, trying to find. Let's use the wrench.
For some reason, he swears he hears the Death Slingers chase music.
Ah!
Imagine that. Get in turtle formation. Ah! Just one gets taken into the night.
All right. But yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that is your turn, Burchill.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
Horse is moving counts movement, so assume.
Yeah. Okay, so that is Burchill's turn. Gabrielle, it is now your turn.
So I'm going to try to cast Hold Person.
You know where they are, so I'll allow you to do it. So what's the saving throw for this?
It's Will, and I can do it on as many creatures as I want, as long as they aren't more than 30 feet apart, and they are all clustered together. Yeah, none of them are more than 30 feet apart, and so if this works, they will all be paralyzed.
Okay. You technically can't get the pull on because Burchill has him dangling in the air, but you can hit the others.
Okay.
So yeah, they need to roll a willpower saving throw. What level are you casting this at?
7.
Okay. Oh, okay. So 7th level. So
I can only do this once.
okay. So the DC for this is 10 plus. What's your intelligence modifier?
My intelligence modifier is +4. I have written down my spellcraft is +8.
Okay. That's a different check. So plus 10 plus 4 plus 7. So the DC they need to beat is 21.
Okay.
Let's do the underlings first because I have their character sheet open.
Can all the people from the other map see our map now or no?
Do you guys want to?
Well, that way I have some context for what we're rolling and stuff. Since you said theirs is over, right?
I appreciate it.
You know what? Sure. Let's put all of you there so you can see what's going on. All right. So first off, green fails. Red. Let's see. Red fails. Blue rolled a natural 1.
Blue is now a
Orange.
statue.
Orange failed.
Yes!
Roth succeeds.
Damn. Oh well.
Mosley does not. So Mosley is pro.
I'll take it.
Good job, Charlie.
So Mosley is prone and is being held. So
this will last one round. They can't move and they can't speak.
Okay.
Nice.
So.
Well, Irvine, there's your opening.
And speaking of which, it is now Ermine and Mosley's turn. They actually go at the same time.
Oh no! Well, he's paralyzed, so.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. So. God damn it!
Get your juice, girl.
I do not have a token for this, but what you guys see is not Ermine.
Uh-oh.
You You guys watch as from the tower Ermine was hiding in, a direwolf just rushes through the door right in front of Tamara, rushes past her and into the smoke with the movement speed of a direwolf. It can make that. So
I forgot she could do that.
She has beast shape. She can turn into a direwolf.
I know, but
She's
I
a
forgot.
druid, right?
Mm-hmm.
She is a druid, right?
Yeah, she's a druid.
Yeah, so yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, she can with the speed of a direwolf, she can get to Mosley, and she is going to go for the neck. Which because he's paralyzed does hit. I need to look up the damage of a direwolf.
Don't forget to inject him, girl. I know you want to eat him. I never remember what Mosley looks like. What is his image there? Who is that?
He's the guy from Repo the Genetic Opera.
Oh God. Yeah, eat him.
Okay. But yeah, she is first going to go for a bite to the throat with what is the damage for a bite? Oh, here it is. It says here it's a D8. Okay, so that plus Ermine's strength is 5 points of damage.
Oh, wait a minute.
And now she is going to maul at him with her claws. Both of which hit because he's paralyzed. Oh, she rolled really good for this. And yeah, it's difficult to see with the smoke cloud, but like a white direwolf just like ran into the smoke cloud and is just devouring Mosley where he stands.
Hopefully she injects him. That's on her.
Yeah, that is on her, but this is what she's chosen to do first. It is now Mosley's turn, and I need to roll another willpower saving throw for him to see if he can break hold person, which he does not. So this will last until his turn comes around again. Anaris, you are up. You can get to Roth. I'll allow it.
There we go. Yeah, because you're crawling on the underside. What the? Oh, for God's sakes, no, do not call me right now.
Where'd Mike go? Mike?
Mike's muted and we can't hear what Temme's saying.
Mike moved 30 feet. That was his turn.
Oh, that's all he's doing? Okay.
Yeah. He's out of range for everything else.
All right. Nox, it is now your turn.
So they're all paralyzed except for him, right?
Yes. And also, I'll give you this. Even though the fog cloud is there, you have Roth's scent. You can still find him.
All right, I know what I want to do. I'm up above on the bridge still, and I got some movement with flying. I'm gonna do the Batman drop kick, and I'm gonna get him away from his buddies, and like get him on the ground, hopefully, so Anaris can come and shank him.
All right. So are you just like trying to do a flying tackle?
Yeah, basically like the Batman where you spread the cape out, and like get and knock in, hopefully skid him this way, so Anaris has a clearer shot.
All right. Roll to hit to see if you get him, and then we're gonna do a contested strength check.
Oh boy. Alright, so it's pretty high for the kick. What am I rolling for fly kick? Is it because fly is
this is technically a strength check because it's a melee attack.
Oh.
This isn't gonna do any damage. This is to see if you fly into him.
So that's like a.
Because yeah, remember he had the guy in front of him.
Mhm. Oh, I'm gonna look up what that is. So base attack is plus. Okay, so that is a 20 plus 7.
Yeah.
Because with base
that
attack,
hits
I think
him.
All right, so it's
yeah,
not gonna
base
do any
attack
damage. Probably because I ain't strength.
It's no damage. So now we need to roll a contested strength check to see if you move him.
All right, I'm basically and like skid him backwards.
Yeah.
He's probably gonna stay right where he is, but maybe I can get him on his back. Because I ain't gonna
You can try roll.
Unless I roll that 20.
Okay. No. You not only get him on his back, he actually skids back a few meters until he's about right here.
Hang on.
I
want to make sure he's over this way towards where Anaris can get him on the next round, so like right here.
Sure, we can.
There we go.
Sure, we can.
That way she'll be. I'll hold him and yeah.
So yeah, like Roth has been pushed to the edge of the fog cloud, and you are now on top of him. You got any one-liners?
I'm just gonna have him look into my face, and I'm gonna tell them, the Dire Bloods send their regards. That was the name of the hunting group.
Nox, you watch as a look of familiarity crosses Roth's face. It is not.
I have another thing to say to him later, but it's like, like the Dire Bloods send their regards.
It is now actually Roth's turn. As the first thing he's going to do is he's going to try to push you off of him.
Yep.
Let's roll a contested strength check for me.
It's not going to do much. I'm not going to do that again. That's a... Yeah, how's a 15 do? Probably not good.
Not against him. No. So he pushes you up off of him. He's going to use 15 feet of his movement to stand up, and he is going to take a step forward and take a swing at you with his two-ended sword.
Do it. Hit me. Hit me.
That is a natural 20, actually.
All right, and thankfully I have something for that. It's been a while. I haven't had a chance to use that.
For that?
The armor. The armor I got, remember?
All right, so
hang on, where is it? The one where go up. There we go. I think I gotta roll a D100 to see if he falls within 1 to 75, and then whether that actually is crit or just regular damage. Where are you?
All right, so I rolled for his base damage. If roll the D100. If you fail it, I'm gonna roll again.
Hang on, I gotta find. Where are you? Armor. Find next. Find next. Find next. God damn it, where are you? Did I write it on the back? But yeah, it's like that armor I got from the dwarves.
I remember.
I copied and pasted the son of a bitch. Where is it? Yeah, it's like between 1 and 75, and then I could just say if it's a crit or a sneak attack, I can just say no.
Roll a D100 then.
All right, I gotta get a 1 through 75.
Okay.
And that is a... Where are you? It's an 11.
Okay, so you take 15 points of damage, and Nox, as Roth cuts across you with his sword, the wound that he makes on your chest, it stings. It's a very familiar sting to you. Silver.
Wouldn't expect otherwise.
Now, Roth, however, still has one more attack, so he's going to go. Let's see. Does a 26 hit you?
I believe so. Yeah. Wait, where are you? AC is. Yep, that hits.
All right. Right. So he hits, and he is going to use one of his divine smites on you.
Bring it.
Okay. So that is that. Oh, okay. So add charisma to attack rolls and to damage. Okay, you're not evil, you're not a dragon or undead, so you don't get the bonus damage. However, you still get bonus damage on his charisma.
Uh-huh.
So that okay, so in total that is 21 points of damage.
Oof. Nox just looks in the eyes as he starts bleeding.
It's like
20 what?
21.
Okay.
It's like as he starts going upon you with the fury of his god.
Bring it. I've been waiting for this.
Now it's now time for the underling's turn. Now, Charlie, you said hold person only lasts for a single turn?
Yeah, 1 round.
Yeah, but a round
Okay.
is like to when it's Charlie's turn again, right?
Yes.
Technically it is. So, however, they still get the opportunity to roll a saving throw to see if they can break it. Green fails. Red fails.
That was armor.
Blue fails. Orange fails. So yeah,
Yay.
they are all still held. And purple, you know what? Yeah. He's a daredevil. I'm gonna have him try this.
There we go.
He is going to try to remove the harpoon from his gut while he's in the air. Let me roll a strength check for him to see if he can do this. No, he can't. He can't. He tries, but yeah, Burchill, that harpoon is in him good. It actually starts to hurt him more when he tries to take it out. So he's still there.
Oh, he could take it out, but not just yet.
All right. Well, failing that, the purple one is going to reach into his bag and pull out something, which he's going to throw at Horace.
No.
Let's see. What's the DC for a griffin? He actually misses. Now I need to roll for the cardinal direction to see where it goes. What do you roll for that?
Oh.
What do you roll for that, Grant?
You roll a d8 and like what is it? 0 is like 10 is north, and then from there each direction is not 1. So it's 1 is north, and then each one is all the cardinal directions, like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3,
Okay.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah.
So Burchill, he throws something at you. It misses and it goes in this direction, and it explodes like one of Nox's bombs.
Bastards.
But yeah, that is Purple's turn. He cannot do anything else. Burchill, it is now your turn, as well as Tamara's. Tamara is going to run into here to this tower and hide.
Coward.
But Nox told her to hide.
Yeah.
Oh,
The one I told I let all of you guys know. Yeah, don't touch this one.
okay. Since this guy's up in the air, I'm gonna tell Horace to fly backwards and have this guy hanging above the water.
All right.
Yep.
So, we'll move your token here since that's really as far as you can move, just because of the space. But yeah, this guy comes with you, and the two of you are now over the water. That's technically just your movement. You can still attack if you want to.
I guess since he was trying to struggle, Horace, shake him off.
Embodying the strength of Taylor Swift, I'm going
going to say Horus does an epic flip into the air. I'm going to roll a strength check for him to see if he can stay held on, and if he fails, he will. What?
I mean, I'm granted I'm not sure how heavy his arm is and how deep the water is, but I'm trying to drown this man.
Okay. Luckily for him, he is able to hold on. However, what's the damage of your harpoon?
1d8.
Roll a d8 for me because while he manages to hold on, the harpoon is tugging on him as he's doing this. So yeah.
Okay, that's 7 damage.
So he takes 7. So yeah, purple takes 7 more damage.
Burchill will just call, "Oh, what's the problem? I thought you were trying to get yourself off of this thing."
Heathen! Heretic!
Oh, what's a god to a non-believer?
All right. So that was just Burchill. That was just Horus doing a barrel roll. You can have Horus do one more thing, or you can do 2 attacks. Your choice.
Oh, I figured that was my attack, but
that was one, but Horus did. So you Burchill still have not acted.
Well, well, that's the case. Pull out Spitfire, shoot 2 bolts at them.
All right, roll to hit. Remember, if you roll a natural 20, another one fires immediately.
Yep. Nice.
Right next to the 20, but no, that's an 8, so plus my base attack bonus, so 22.
What is the AC of the regular witch hunters? Yeah, actually that hits. Roll for damage.
Okay. Hold on, this is X. What's my oh. Okay. Okay, so that's 8 lightning damage.
All right, and you get one more attack. Go for it.
Okay, so that's 33 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And now that's 13 lightning damage.
Nice.
Okay. All right. So, actually, no, that should be that. Okay, so that is Burchill and Tamara's turn. Gabrielle, it is now your turn. Upon your turn coming back into play, all of these guys are now no longer prone.
Okay, so
Well, not prone, but held. Yeah.
I look at exactly where everybody is. I think if I do a gust of wind, it's like a very thin line, so I can be precise enough that I'm not hitting anyone. So I will do next. I don't know.
Draw a line for where you're doing this.
Okay. Hold on. I've been zoomed out the whole time so that I could see the whole situation. So I need to zoom in and actually see who's there. Okay. So does it need to be? Let me see. Freehand. Can it like? I guess if it has to be a straight line through, I guess I'll just take out the maximum number of people. Could that potentially knock them into the water? Or are
you trying to cast Gust of Wind or Wind Wall?
Oh, I was casting Gust of Wind, but.
Okay. Let me read how that works. Okay. Okay, they are blown back 2d6 x 10 feet. So yeah, they need to roll a Fortitude saving throw, and yeah.
And it's going in that direction, so yeah.
Okay, they need to make a Fortitude saving throw, and if they save, they take half damage. If they don't save, they are blown backwards.
Okay.
I will also say the Gust of Wind blows away the smoke.
Okay.
Just because of how powerful it is.
That's
First.
fair.
And apparently this also lasts 1 round, so I guess there will just be a gust of wind there.
Ooh.
Okay, so first red. Let's see, and you're casting this through the staff, so okay. Red succeeds his saving throw. However, he still takes half damage. So roll 2d6 for me.
Oh, nice.
There we go. Okay, so he takes half damage. So that is 3. Now it is Blue's turn. Blue fails. Roll 2d6 for damage, and then roll another 2d6 for how far you throw him.
Six for damage and 7 for
70
distance.
feet.
So yeah, that's 70 feet. Yeah. So the damage you do to Blue doesn't even matter because... Oops, sorry.
Yeet!
Whee!
Ah! Wilhelm scream.
Yeah! Just imagine Wilhelm scream going off. Actually, hold on. No. He goes flying. And orange. By the skin of his teeth, Orange manages to keep his footing. You got one of them, but two are left behind. Roll 2d6 for damage.
Still, at least he yeeted one.
Mm-hmm.
10 for damage on that one.
Okay. What the?
A second Burchill appears.
A second Burchill appears to do nothing.
And we're all hallucinating. It's just a gust of wind.
All right, so 10 damage for orange. So okay, so he takes 5. So he takes 5 because of half. Now, all right. It is now Ermine and Mosley's turn. Well, I'm gonna roll for Dex to see which one of them goes first. Ermine goes first, as she is going to say Econverse same as the first. So, yeah, okay. So her initial bite attack does hit. So where's?
I actually remember.
Okay, that's really good. Now, the second claw attack fails. Let's try the third. No, that hits. Okay, also not bad. Now Mosley at this point is going to stand up, draw his sword, and he's going to take 3 swings at Ermine. Only one of which hits. So, like before with Nox, 2d6. And yeah, he's actually going to use Divine Smite on this one as well. So that is 6 plus 6 plus that. Okay, so all right, so yeah, so he cuts Ermine's direwolf form across the face. However, it still stands there angrily growling its teeth. We back to the top of the order. Anaris, you're up.
Get him! He's focused on me.
Yeah, he's focused on Nox.
Inject the soul.
Roll a hit.
I forget, is there advantage in Pathfinder or no?
No, I just give you bonuses to hit. I can't technically tell you what they are, but I'll tell you if you hit or not.
Plus, you are still stealth.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That is Dex. 29.
Yeah, that'll hit him. Roll for damage.
What does syringe do?
Well, it's still a sneak attack. So the syringe is going to do a D4 plus whatever your sneak attack is, because you are still technically stabbing a man with a pointy object.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It's non-lethal. I'm not hitting him anywhere vital with that.
All right. So, but yeah, roll to hit, and roll for sneak attack damage.
There won't be a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, leave the lethal stuff to me then.
Mm-hmm.
It's time for your booster.
Yeah. First booster messed me up. Second booster did nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got booster gold, but that's in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you mean Green Lantern?
Booster gold. Booster gold.
Pretty low on the damage for this time. Plus a D4, you said?
Yeah, plus a D4 because it's a syringe.
Okay. I made the sex number.
Yeah!
Okay. All right.
Go directly to hell with 69.
Oh, you drop down from the top of the bridge. Get it, syringe in hand. You land on his back. You jam it into the clavicle right here and inject exactly as you planned. However, in doing so, when Roth moves over, his hat comes off, and you see a bit of string that's tied to it go with it. I read the rules for this. I read the rules for it. There's no saving throw for this. Anaris knocks because the two of you are the only two people standing within 5 feet of Roth. Suddenly, there's this explosion of like purple and greenish glitter.
What the fuck?
As the two of you are now covered in fairy fire.
Fairy fire? I didn't know clerics knew that.
They didn't. He got someone else to make it for him. It was a trap hat.
Oh, you bastard! He's all talking about, magic bad. He had this son of a bitch. He went to the black market, didn't he?
He went to somewhere. Cause yeah. Remember he was talking about how like the numbers killer murdered my son. I need to find her. But yeah, he planned for this.
Well, I mean, he's still not going to heaven.
Well, yeah, you did accomplish that. He's not going to heaven, but yeah, both Nox and Anaris, the two of you are carry fire.
And what does that mean?
Okay, well,
it means you have lit up like a Christmas tree, and you have a -20 to all of your stealth checks.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's flanked, so
yeah.
Here's the thing: he still gets sneak attack.
Yeah.
But now the other people can hit us easier now, and we can't hide.
Meh.
Yeah.
Hit him.
But then again, I'm not really gonna hide now. Because guess what I got as an alchemist? I can choose who the bombs hurt because I got targeted bombs.
Okay.
So even if I light him on fire, you won't be hurt, Anaris, or me.
I rolled a 27 for the second hit.
All right, that hits. Roll for damage.
Roll for sneak attack because he's flanked. That's with Pathfinder flank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give you sneak attack without being sneaky.
Actually, I did read the rules for this. You're only allowed to sneak attack once per turn, so this is just a regular attack for now. Come your next turn, you can sneak him. I mean, it's just a way to prevent someone from doing like 90 each hit.
That's unfortunate.
How dare you?
So yeah, this is just a regular attack.
Does he at least seem surprised and hurt as he gets injected?
Anaris, I will give you this. He is wearing metal armor. You can tell that.
Oh. Yeah, and then he getting +3 to damage roll, so let me do this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just hacked me and I'm just smiling as I'm bleeding.
+6. Second attack is 17.
17 to hit?
17 damage. I rolled 27 to hit.
Yes. Okay, so 17 for damage. That is good.
And then back over the side of the bridge with my action, with my talent.
Okay, good.
Okay,
You're glowing,
so,
but you're under the bridge at least.
yeah, like you're glowing like a Christmas tree, but you have escaped. Nox, it is now your turn, and like Anaris, you are lit up like a Christmas tree.
I just look Roth in the face, and does he look very hurt from being injected?
Huh?
Yeah, actually, I mean he did get a syringe jabbed into his clavicle, so yeah, that hurts.
I'm just gonna look him in the eye and say, "Yeah, your god has forsaken you now. Your boy will be in his hands, but you won't be. And right now, I am the righteous hand of God, because I am the devil you forgot. And I'm gonna pull out the white phosphorus. And because I targeted bomb admixture, I can throw and point blank shot. I'm gonna throw it right at him, and it's not gonna hurt me.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna say, "Start burning in hell now." I'm gonna throw it right at him.
All right, roll to hit.
First bomb, because I can throw 6.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be a what is that? 31.
That hits. Let me look up what the damage is for the
I got
white
it.
phosphorus. Okay.
It is 12d6. It ignores resilience, and there's no save. It does an additional.
What's the range?
Whatever I throw, like my usual bomb.
No, I mean like what's the radius? Because
That doesn't matter because I had target a bomb admixture, so I can choose to have it just be on him without spreading.
Well, depending on what the range is, you get the other witch hunters as well.
Well, it's 20 feet, but yeah, it won't hurt me.
20 feet.
And I can choose to have my allies not get hurt either with my bombs.
With 20-foot radius from Roth, you can hit all of them with a 20-foot radius.
And I'll make sure Irvine doesn't get hit. But they're only gonna get splash damage of it, which is only my intelligence modifier. But still.
All right, so I'm gonna say for this, just because of how devastating this is, to avoid this, Ermine is just going to dodge here, and you just take to the skies because of how deadly this is.
Okay, hold on. I also got something where I can double. I think it's like add an extra dice damage or double it once per day, like Ken had. What is that?
All right.
Hang on, it's under my bomb stuff. I'm gonna have to roll 12d6 and.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah. Roll the 12d6 for damage for Roth first.
Yeah. All right. Gonna get out alien dice. Let's see. Alrighty. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it's all, so there's exactly 12 in there. Okay. Oh wow! Wow! Okay. That's a lot of 6s in there.
666, the number of the beast.
I just
Hell
count up.
and fire is born unleashed.
5, and then put the 3s with the 3s, and the 2s with the 2s, and the 1s with the 1s. Alrighty. Only 1 4. Okay. So that's 18 plus 10 is 28. So, and then plus 31, and then 31, 34, 37, 40, 42, 43, 40. So that's going to be 44 damage of white phosphorus.
44 damage just to Roth?
Yeah, and then he's going to be lit on fire with that, and he'll take an additional 66 on his turn. But let me find that thing where I can add one day. I think it's an extra dice to the damage or something.
And for the rest of them, because they were all within the 20-foot radius, what damage? How much damage do they take? Also 44?
Well, no, they'll take my splash damage, which is only 4 for intelligence. But because of my bombs worked with leveled up, they automatically catch fire.
Okay. So let me apply the damage to them first.
Comprehend, where are you?
I bet the guy in my house glad he's where he is now.
A little bit, actually, yeah.
Scaring
Okay,
snow,
okay.
6 bombs. Here we go.
All right, so
Bombs. Rapid
now
shot. Vital strike. That's what it is.
so they are now all on fire.
Okay, when you
White
use this
phosphorus.
attack, you can make one attack at your highest base attack bonus, and then that deals additional damage. Roll the weapon's damage dice for the attack twice. Whoa! Roll the weapon's or with vital strike. What I'm gonna do is roll the weapon's damage dice for the attack twice, and the results together before adding on my or the strength or whatever. Let's see, such as flaming.
Well, then roll again.
So, do I just roll the 12d6, or do I just times the 40?
Roll 12d6 again, because it says roll again. It doesn't say double damage.
Okay. But yeah, I can only do that once per day with Vital Strike. It's a feat.
All right.
That's what you got, right, Ken?
I think, yeah, he used it on Randall, so yeah.
Okay, so 5s with 5s, 4s with 4s.
What, the once per day double damage? Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but that's an ability of my soul.
Oh, well, I got that for a feat.
Yeah,
Vital Strike.
yeah, Ken, yours just doubles the damage. His says roll again.
So, on top of that damage, he's going to be, that's another, what is it, 12, so 22, and then, so 30, get you out of the way, and then 33, 36, 39, 40, and then another 42 damage on top of that, just directed at Roth as I'm just standing there as he's blazing.
This is like, you throw this at his feet and take to the skies to avoid it. You watch as this stuff hits him. You read what this thing did in the instructions. The results are actually horrifying to see. His skin, his armor, his face, literally everything on him is melting as if it's been hit with acid. But there's there's nothing there. You actually start to see bits of his bones, muscles, and organs, but they too are affected by this. Before long, there's little standing before you, but a withered husk. However, it is still standing.
So you can throw 5 more bombs.
Go right ahead.
How about another one? And another. Because fuck this guy for what he did. I'm also going to send him a message in his mind like, this is only the beginning. Come on. Another bomb. That's a, +2. So, that is a,
Actually, if I remember correctly about the effect of this bomb, it releases a gas cloud. So, yeah,
I didn't write
from Roth's location, this whole area is now covered in white phosphorus.
Well, at least I can choose to have my allies not get hit. But
yeah,
my other, I'm just for insult to injury, drop this next one. That's gonna be 32.
That hits. Roll for damage.
Another 12d6, bitch. You shouldn't have cut down my family. You shouldn't have made this girl an orphanage and made her so cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
You made her an orphanage?
How do you make a person into an orphanage?
No, you are the orphanage.
Yeah, she is the orphanage. We built it out of her body. Okay, so 3 and 4 and then 2.
I mean, hypothetically, if you cremate her and then mix her ashes into cement.
Jeez. Alright, so that's 12, 22, 26.
Grant, you can stop. As Nox, after all of this time, finally takes his revenge. How do you want to do this?
Basically, after the first one, I'm gonna just land in front of him and I'm gonna take off my mask so he just sees like the actual, like my actual face for a moment before he goes in. I'm gonna lean down and say, what I said before. This is only the beginning. Burn in hell.
And Nox, you watch as the effect of the white phosphorus continues as his arm off.
then his leg goes as he is unable to stand, and then the rest of his face and his skull. Before long, there is left wrath, but soup, and the bits of his armor that are also still in the process of melting. There is nothing left of wrath.
Good.
There is even less of wrath than there was dire bloods.
Good. I'm gonna put my mask back on because I know because they only saw me from behind. I'm gonna turn to the remaining witch hunters because I'm pretty sure they just saw that, and I'm gonna hold up another bomb.
They did. They're pissed.
I'm gonna hold another bomb, and I'll because I can throw a few more right now. I'm like, if you all don't want to end up like him or worse, stand down.
Are you holding your action for that?
Well, I can still. I want to see what their mood is. They try to attack. They're getting the same treatment, but I'm giving them the chance. I'm giving them a chance.
Roll an intimidate check just to see if they take it.
They just saw me liquefy a man. They better.
I know, but I am still an intimidate check.
I know. I am good at intimidate, though.
And I feel like you would get a promotion if you killed the guy who killed your boss.
Mm-hmm.
No, you will only become more soup. 32.
All right. Let's see how well they react.
Well, also they are all of them are on fire right now a little bit.
Yeah.
So maybe that'll help them. Like, okay, fine.
It is actually now the goon's turn. You watch as these three remaining witch hunters who are still in effect of this, as they watch their boss die in a most horrific manner in front of them. You see genuine fear on their faces as they back away.
They gotta roll themselves out if they wanna, because they're still on fire. But yeah.
Yeah, and actually they are going to do that. Green succeeds. Red succeeds. Orange does not. So
okay,
yeah, these two are no longer on fire, and the two of them have backed away.
Oh wait, Mosley's on fire now too.
Actually, speaking of Mosley, speaking of Mosley, like you watch as the three of them back away, but then from next to him, and you just hear, "You monster! You heathen! You godless abomination! I will see you burn for this!" And he can't do anything yet because it's not his turn. But yeah, you just killed this guy's best friend. So
yeah, Irvine, take care of him, please.
Yeah, you killed Roth, but yeah.
But yeah, Nox is still gonna be reveling, and he's just gonna be like lowing and like looking at looking back, and he's just gonna like look up and like make a prayer to like all the crew that died.
All right, it is now your turn.
Going to try again. Try to shake off this dude to fall into the ocean.
All right. Roll a strength check with Horus's DC. Actually, no. Like, because he's attached. So he just needs to roll to see if he can pull it. If he can stay Aion. Not with a natural 1. So, Burchill, like, you know what? For flavor, how do you want to do this? Because he's dead. So yeah, how do you want to shake him off?
You know, since you said before, Horus did, what was the day? Like, was it a loop or a barrel roll?
It's called an aileron roll, but yes, that was what he did.
Nerd!
I'll say he did that again, but as he did, he flew off while he was up, so he just went straight up then.
Well, being over the water, he falls many feet, and dear God, let me do this. He falls many feet and dies once he hits the bottom.
What? How tall is this bridge?
Very, like not
It's not so much.
How deep is the water?
Actually, not very, because it's an archipelago, so it kind of goes like this, and there are sharp rocks at the bottom.
Oh.
So yeah, like that space in between the bridge and Temple Isle is just pretty much just a rocky outcropping. There is water there, but it's not very deep.
I wonder if that's better or worse than my initial plan of just drowning this dude.
Mm-hmm. Like, you know that scene in Emperor's New Groove, sharp rocks at the bottom? Most likely.
Bring it on.
Bring it on. Okay. So Burchill, with having killed a guy, that is now your turn. Gabrielle, it is now your turn. These three remaining witch hunters, they look scared, but they're not completely out of the fight yet. And
well, this guy's on fire too.
Yeah, that guy's on fire. And Mosley, the last remaining witch hunter, is still a threat.
But he still needs to be injected.
Yeah.
I am going to try to hit Mosley with another gust of wind.
Sure. Which direction do you want him to go?
Just the same way as before. I'm gonna try to knock him in the water.
All right.
Uh-oh. Hopefully he doesn't die because he has to get injected.
Yeah. I need to roll his saving throw first. Which he actually does succeed. So
Damn.
sorry, but yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, roll 2d6.
10.
Okay, so yeah, he takes that amount of damage. And
I think that's all I can do.
all right. So having done all of this, it is now Mosley and Ermine's turn. I'm gonna. I need to roll a d6 to see which one of them goes first. Mosley is actually going first this time.
All right.
And with hatred and anger and vengeful fury in his eyes for having just killed his best friend, Nox is going to run straight at you, not caring that his own flesh is melting off, and he is going to.
Oh boy, yeah.
He is going.
Oh wait, yeah.
He's going to
turn.
Yeah, he's going to make 3 attacks on you, and all 3 of them are going to be Divine Smite, because he can only do that 5 times a day, but he's really pissed, so he's just going to use 3 of them.
So quick question, my normal bomb, bombs whenever they're on fire, it only does an additional d6 on their turn, but because it's white phosphor, does it do the full? Because they were only in the splash damage zone.
Technically, yeah, it was supposed to do the full, but forget it. Thematically, this fits better.
Well, here, let me. While he's hitting me, I'll roll the damage he's taking while he's burning.
Yeah. Okay. So for the first hit, that is a 31.
Oh yeah.
So okay, where's his? Okay, that is Okay, so that is that plus that. You take 25 points of damage for the first hit. He rolled really high for damage.
Yeah, and he's taking 18 while he's burning, attacking me.
Okay.
25,
okay, so
you said?
What?
25?
20. Yeah, 25. He rolled really high damage. All right, for the second attack, that is he rolled a natural 1 for his second attack. So Nox, you get a counter.
I pull out the shotgun. Or wait. No, this will be better for Irvine. I'm gonna inject him with the no gun juice.
You get okay
by throwing it because I have throw anything feat and point blank range.
Okay, roll to hit.
That way Irvine can get him sooner. Hang on, going to hell too. Into his gut and with a 10 plus the 2, so 30.
Yeah, that hits. It only does a d4 for damage, but the effect is more important here.
Where is your god now? So, 2 damage of syringe, but he's godless now. Kick his ass, Irvin. After I ass kicked one more time.
All right. So, yeah, one more attack on you. That is a straight up 30 to hit.
Oh yeah, that's hitting.
All right, so last divine smite. Okay, so not as much. 22 points of damage.
Jeez, dude. All right, so yeah, Nox is hurting, but he's like, and he's just gonna well, he's got the mask on, so he can't see him smile. and I just look over behind him. He says, "You took your eyes off the prize."
Ermine, still in her direwolf form, is going to run straight into the white phosphorus. She's not going to attack Mosley per se. She is going to grapple onto him with her massive jaws. Which with a natural 19 she manages to do.
Nice.
And she technically can only move half her movement now, but that, I believe... Hold on, let me... Yeah, that is actually enough for her to get him out of the path of the white phosphorus. As she just takes him out. You know what? For flavor, she is going to grab him towards the wall of the bridge.
Alrighty.
And just hold him there. Mosley is now restrained and on fire.
Nice. Told him he took his eyes off the prize.
Yeah. All right. So back to the top of the round. Anaris, it is now your turn. There is only one remaining threat.
Which guy? Where's the one threat?
Yeah, this guy.
Who is this person? No,
Luigi Mosley. He's the person that Ermine Greycloak had marked for death.
And he's the best friend of the guy that killed our friends and family.
Yeah, I'll sneak attack his ass.
All right, as you climb up from the side of the bridge, you just bop him on the head because he's restrained right there. So yeah, go ahead, roll a hit, and you'll have a bonus because he is restrained.
Okay, so that's a 34.
34, you say?
34 to hit. Yep.
Yeah, that hits. Roll for damage.
Okay. Is he wearing armor?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Let me roll all my stuff now.
And that makes Charlie. That makes Gabrielle. What's the chimp lady's name?
From what?
Jane Goodall.
There
we go.
Can we ease off the racism, please?
No, Jane Goodall.
Madam, I know Jane Goodall, and you are no Jane Goodall.
Yeah,
I really can't think of Jane Goodall. I just think of that Simpsons episode where she's using the monkeys to mine some diamonds.
I was just thinking of that.
She had diamonds on the bottom of her soles of her shoes.
90, nice.
What a nice lady. All right, Anaris, you sneak up behind him and bop him on the head. He's still awake, but that really hurt.
Wow. And he's getting eaten by a wolf on fire, and a spider punched him. Are we still glowing, or did that die with him?
No, you are still glowing.
Okay.
It won't last forever, but yeah.
Because it was an object and not tied to him.
Yes, exactly.
Just take a look. So he looks pretty fucked up, but not down yet?
Yeah, fucked but not down.
Who's this person?
That is Ermine Greycloak as a direwolf.
She's on our side.
Yeah, she's on your side.
For the second. He looks pretty fucked up, but not down yet. And he's wearing armor.
Yes.
I want to grapple his ass into the.
Into
He
the
should
what?
be able to swim with heavy armor.
So I'm understanding you. You want to suplex him off of the side of the bridge?
Yeah.
Okay. This is technically going to be a
We'll see what happens, cause.
Roll for strength, and we'll see if he's able to resist it.
Just base strength. That is 17. But I have a -1 strength.
Okay, you know what? He doesn't resist, but you know who does? Who still has him in her mouth? Ermine. You try to do this, but she is holding on to him. She does not want to let this guy go.
She wants to savor his blood.
It's like, literally, you are fighting a giant dog with a chew toy.
You should pull him in half like a wishbone.
I was gonna have him swim himself out.
What swim? We're on the San Francisco Bridge. He dead if he falls.
he could survive the fall.
All right, so Anaris, that is your turn. Want to move?
Yeah, Charlie, thanks for the clutch hold person earlier. That helped things go good.
Then I will attack and move up over to here.
All right, Nox, it is now your turn.
Well, I'm going to down a potion of superior healing, first of all. Glug. And then I'm going to look to the rest, and I'm going to... Do those other three, the one that's still on fire, do they look like they're going to give up?
They look very much afraid. They do need a little bit more convincing, though.
I'm going to send a message off to Tamara. I'll say, done here. Have the others stand down. They don't have to suffer for their sins. And I'm gonna, I'll be friendly. I'm gonna toss a frost bomb, but not over here, so it'll help put this guy out.
All right, roll to hit to see if it does what you want it to.
It's fire, and you need frost. Frost can help put it out, I think, but I'm not gonna hit him with the bomb. I'm just gonna get him in the radius.
I know. And I'm gonna roll for him to see if he gets the intention of you, which we'll see. Which you will see.
30 something. What is it plus that?
That's enough. Yeah, you got him.
But yeah, I'm gonna go. Put yourself out.
He's like, all right. It is actually now their turn. Well, it was Roth's turn, but he's dead. He's a puddle of soup, and they're just going to look at you, and then the red one who looks a lot like Taron Edgerton, now that you can see him, is just going to ask, "What? You killed our superior. Why should we believe a word you say?" You can respond your next turn, or when combat ends.
Okay, so I didn't. That's why I was waiting. I didn't know if I was allowed to say anything or not. Yeah, let me just heal myself up here.
Yeah,
since
it is
that potion.
It is now Tamara's turn, and having been watching what's going on and hearing everything you're saying, she is actually going to. How far can she move while dashing? Yeah, you know what? She's not going to dash, because if she does, she'll be right in the field of the white phosphorus. So she's just going to walk up here and is like, "Why should we believe a word you say?" He's like, because he's the only genuine person here. He's like, our superiors, as you call them, didn't tell us everything. It's like, we should have looked more closely.
Yes. Good girl.
Burchill, it is now your turn.
So are they standing down? Because I'm still on my griffin and I have weapons.
No, they're not attacking me.
They're not attacking, but if you want, you can do something to make them really surrender.
I guess I'll have a... Oh, wait. Need to highlight... I guess fly over here, just point my harpoon gun at, you know, the other one, to just say, hey, I think it's best that you listen to her.
Alright. Okay. So, with that done, Gabrielle, Gabrielle, it's your turn.
Okay, so
You have spells that can pacify these guys if you want to.
it's true.
Yeah, this guy's
Yeah,
the only
I
one
guess that
resistant.
would be nicer than knocking them into the water. Hey.
Yeah, we give up.
Sure. I'll try Serenity.
Alright, what's the DC for Serenity?
I am looking.
I need
It can be
serenity.
multiple creatures, but they can't be more than 30 feet apart. So I
They're
think I
not.
can get all three of them.
They all roll below a 10, so they fail, even with the magic resistant bonuses their armor provides.
Okay, so they are pacified, and if they try to commit violence, they will take damage.
Ooh.
Alright, I'm gonna use the heart here.
I just imagine
So,
like
what-
Serenity and you just start playing the song.
Yeah,
God,
yeah,
Charlie
they all
coming in
fail.
clutch today. Thanks for all this support. This is like making this thing go smoothly.
Yeah, no problem. It's about time.
It is now Ryan and Mosley's turn. Nox, next to you, like an actual wild, bloody animal, you watch as Ermine Greycloak just devours Mosley
Oh,
where he stands. Mosley is not just dead; he is eaten.
he must have been spicy
And,
going down.
As Ermine finishes the last of the Luigi Mosley and swallows it, she turns back from her dire wolf form to her normal human appearance, covered in blood and also naked because her B shape didn't affect her clothes.
Where did he go
But-
when she transformed? Where is he? Did he? Is her stomach just acid? Like, where did he go? Where's his remains?
You do not know. These are questions to ponder for another day.
I will never
However-
ponder that question.
However, with that done, combat has ended. You guys on both fronts have won.
Finally, I
Now-
put a lid on the goddamn revenge. Now I just gotta help Lita and I can die.
So, because we neglected these guys for a little while so that we could see what happens with the bridge crew. Those in Maxwell's office, you have Maxwell at your mercy. Where are you taking him?
I figured they wanted him.
No, the Inquisitor wanted him, yes, and you have him in cuffs and branded, but like you still need to escort him out of the church and take him somewhere. And actually, I will give you guys, as you guys are escorting him out of the church, as you get to like the main church hall where where mass is usually held, there is like a full cadre of witch hunters there standing between you and the exit. However, seeing the Inquisitor there, and seeing that you guys don't look much the worse for wear, and with the brand of the heretic, Inquisitor Kier is going to step out in front of you and just say, Gentlemen, your Archbishop is guilty of high treason and conspiracy to defraud the Church of Eternal Fire. If you stand in our way, all of you will be conspirators to his crimes. The Pope in Imbecile knows this. King Aion knows this,
and if you resist, well, we know every single one of you. We know where you live. We know what missions you go on, and we are the only connection you have to the Creator. Ask yourselves this: Would you rather sacrifice your lives to save one man and forever forsake the eternal fire, or would you rather keep the eternal fire, keep your blessings and be happy that you get to live one more day? The witch hunters don't say anything as they just part for all of you guys to escort Maxwell out of there. And as you're walking with him, he starts to scream, "All of you, stop them! They lie! It's like, traitors, heathens, all of you!" It's like
I turn on my heels. The minute he starts talking, I turn on my heels and
that does more emotional damage than physical damage.
The beatings will continue until morale
improves.
Now, for the moment, where are you guys taking Maxwell? This is going on while the fighting on the bridge was going on, by the way.
Well, remember before we did, we could have a boat from the underground.
Yeah.
Meet us on the shore. So we can basically,
Mm-hmm. Now, okay, so ping on the map for me where you would have this boat docked.
What'd you say, Jayson?
So like,
said over here, we work for it. But I'm kidding.
Unfortunately, you can't really do that from there because that's a sheer drop. There's no path down there.
okay, fine, we'll do it over back behind Enzo's place.
Yeah, that would be better. And there actually is a path from Enzo's house that leads down here where you could put a boat. So now, as all of the witch hunters part for you, and you lead Maxwell out of the church, now defeated again from the slap to the face from Lita. And as the fighting on the bridge ends, okay, you guys are here by this point. I would like every single one of you, all party members, to roll perception.
No! You can't make us.
Mm-hmm.
Is this for sight? Or hearing? Or
yes. Yes, for sight.
Okay.
7.
5.
Perception. Me? Okay.
Okay, is that it? Is that
Rowan, what are your half-elf I see?
5, 6.
God damn it. Okay, stop.
Ow.
Okay.
No,
Jesus.
21, not 23.
Oh. Still though.
What?
All right. So everybody who rolled below a 20, you don't see or hear anything. From those of you who rolled from 21 to 25, off in the distance somewhere, you hear a sound that sounds kind of like.
Oh God, they're attacking.
Those of you who roll 25 and above, you look back towards the city, in the direction of the bits. Is that smoke you see?
Yeah, Jesus H. Christ.
It's happening.
Looking closer, the bits have caught fire.
Where's the bit?
And
And
see. No, Rowan heard it.
Elm.
Yeah, Rowan only heard it. You did not see it.
Okay, because you said 21 and up heard it.
Yeah.
And I had 20.
Yeah. You heard it, but you did not see it. So, end scene.